You can imagine my surprise when Adam Shepherd-Jones of 40k Brawl fame calls me up to complain that I have misrepresented him during the course of episode 119 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast, which isn't this one, by the way. This is just something that he demanded I did. So apologies, Adam. You know all the rules for Custodes and are by all likelihood the bestest of the Custodes players ever. And I am apologising wholeheartedly for having allowed for anyone anywhere to have questioned that. Oh, why, hello there, everybody. Didn't see you there. I was busy occupying myself with imagining what I might actually begin episode 120 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Lookout Sir, saying. As it is, I landed on this. I'm not overly proud. I don't think it's my best work, but I guess you'll be the judge of that. Phil, how you doing, pal?
I'm very good, thank you. Having a good time. I am knee-deep in Yarrick.
Knee-deep in Yarrick?
I'm knee-deep
that
in
sounds
Yarrick.
like a lovely time for all involved. Is Yarrick appreciative of you being up to your knees in him?
I hope so. The deadline for getting him finished is looming. I'm mere days away. And
You're tickling his old Bale eye.
Exactly. Well, I've got the eye painted up. That bit's done.
Lovely,
at the very least.
lovely. Well, that's very good. How's he looking? I mean, that mini is always a really interesting one because it's so iconic within the kind of range as a whole. I think the claw is kind of like the feature that everyone really kind of focuses on. But many people overlook his rather, droopy face, shall we say.
It is a bit haggard, let's say. And I know someone else pointed it out to me, but he's basically got one giant tooth on
He does, yeah.
which looks very weird. So I fixed that with a bit of green stuff. So I gave him
you gave him extra teeth?
Full set dentures as fitting on the old Bear Eye video. I double checked basically to see if he really does have only a couple of teeth. And no, he's got all of them. So I gave him his teeth back.
Well, that's according to, whatever the timeline would have been of the events of Old Bear Eye, because surely Old Bear Eye was during the events of Armageddon, whereas this, I suppose, would be time afterwards. Or would it be during Armageddon based on the theme that you're going for?
The story of Old Bear Eye has multiple time jumps. So the very last bit is when he's like a really old man and he basically breaks the glass of his, in case of emergency, wear this uniform. So he digs it back on and becomes Commissar Yarrick again. Which I presume is relatively present timeline. Yeah, what we're doing, who knows in terms of our doubles list, in terms of the time scale. It is a weird combo where they're teaming up together. So it's probably future Gaz and Yarrick.
That's it. They combine together to fight off the Tyranids, I assume.
Yeah, exactly.
Or one of the other, godly entities that no doubt arrived at some point in the,
Exactly.
40k verse.
Whichever war zone they end up in, that Games Workshop produce and give Yarrick a new plastic model, it'll be that one.
Well, there you go. See, I was trying to introduce Tyranids and the statement of gods, hoping that you would work with that to try and give me a natural segue into getting you to talk about the fact that we're going to review the Genestealer Cult Codex today. But you didn't really give me anything to work on, or work with rather. So this is what I did. So Phil, what are we doing?
We're talking about the Genestealer Cult Codex.
Oh my God.
Surprise.
Brilliant. But before we do that, Phil, it's time for a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter! Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil? You're 2 for 2. Can you make
pressure is on.
3 for 3?
I'm going to go with Apple Podcasts from America.
When he's right, he's right. That's 3 for 3, Phil.
No, really?
No, seriously,
No.
mate. This is from Apple Podcasts of the United States of America. Well done, Phil. You are a siren in your old age. You've, leveled up, as it were.
I've become an astropath and I've got that third eye going on.
Well, there you go. I've heard that about you, Phil. You and your third eye.
It's a monster.
I was gonna, exactly. I assumed it was going to be something more akin to the seers in the 300 film. You know, the ones that hang out on top of the hill.
Yeah, and they've got an eyeball in their hands. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And then weird drugged up ladies that have to dance around for them.
Sounds good. I'm game.
I mean, it's a great lifestyle. Anyway, this week's 5-star review comes by the way of Apple Podcasts of the United States of America, as already stated. And it is a 5-star review, as is a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And it is granted to us by Severatus. No, that's the whole name. I thought it was more to it, but no, it's just Severatus via Apple Podcasts, United States of America. And it reads, Phil, good company while painting, 5 stars. I did the whole prerequisite thing, but if you want to leave us a 5-star review, you know by now what the score is. If I don't explain it very well in this instance, other podcasts' descriptions are available. Tell us if you put it somewhere that isn't iTunes or Facebook. Thank you very much. So, good company while painting, 5 stars. If you're interested in Warhammer 40k, it's a great listen, and the episodes are long enough to settle into a nice rhythm and get a lot painted. As a Slayer sword, wow, hello here. As a Slayer sword, an 8-time, Phil, hang on now. Should have read this beforehand. 8-time Golden Demon Painter. I endorse these guys. I will be adding Lookout Sir to my Patreon subscriptions. Tom Holly, which he's left an Instagram account, G1 Style MP Design on Instagram. Now, first of all, Phil, can we verify that Tim Holly is living up to his promises and supporting us on the Patreon? And next of all, do we believe that we need to go over to his gram and gauge his supposed credentials?
Well, yeah. What's his Instagram again? Read it out.
G1 Style. This is all one word, by the way. G1 Style. Capital M, capital P, capital D. Design. So design. That's the whole title. Or Tim Holly. I'll tell you what we'll do, Phil, because this will help smooth over.
I'll keep it quite simple. It's mostly Transformer stuff on his Instagram, so you might like it for very different reasons. Hold on, there are some models.
Oh, fair enough. Well, we will check it out in a second, Phil. But before we do that, let's get you to say thank you to Tim Holly, otherwise known as Severatus, for their 5-star review, and then we'll get on to evaluating their Instagram efforts.
Well, thank you, Tim Holly, Severus, G1 Style, MP Design. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying the episode. If you do become a Patreon subscriber, massive thank you to you for doing that. Awesome work. The fact that you're a Slayer Sword winner, that would be super impressive. I mean, if you win again, having painted something while listening to our episodes, that would be fantastic. And in fact, I want co-ownership of your Slayer Sword. Like one day of the year, it gets to live in my shed. That's what I want.
Imagine the postage and packaging requirements of a Slayer Sword.
No, I'll travel over there, pick it up myself.
Yeah, you're willing to put that effort in. I've headed over to demonwinners.free.french, apparently, and we can see here that Tim Holly. Have I been getting his name wrong the whole time? Tim Holly. Have we been saying Holland?
No, I said Holly, I think.
Okay, fine. I just got my brain all mixed up. But yeah, so back in 2003, he got a gold for a Slaanesh Noise Marine. In 2004, a gold for a Nurgle Mutant. Again in 2004, he got another gold for a Stormtrooper, or Stormtroopers in a 40k squad. He's got a lot of these. But in 2006, he won the Slayer Sword for High Marshal Helbrick, Grimaldus, and Henchman.
Ooh.
That was his Slayer Sword winning entry. And if I look at the picture, it's far too low resolution to really judge the quality of it. But I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it's well good, because it does look well good, even in this low resolution photo quality. So well done you, mate. And thank you very much for listening. It's always nice to have a hobbyist of such high regard, listening to the show. And in terms of your Instagram, much like Phil says, it's a lot of Magic the Gathering and Transformers related topics. But I do enjoy a Transformer, as those that follow me on Instagram might know. And once upon a time, I enjoyed Magic the Gathering, but I had to give it up because I could only, maintain one bankrupting hobby. And this was where I landed. Intriguingly, he's also got a post of the song, or rather the music video for the song Maps by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, which is a beautiful little ditty.
Great song.
Absolutely. You're going to ruin it, Phil, by giving us a rendition.
No, I'm not.
You don't love me like I love you, Phil.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much to all of our patrons. You're fantastic. And if you would like to be a patron, why not consider being one? We don't really do anything special because we haven't gotten around to it yet. But the aspiration is we might do from February onwards. So look out for that. We also have merchandise, and I need to get around to ordering some of that to miraculously arrive between now and this Saturday. So good luck to us on that. I don't think it's probably going to happen, mate. I have to be honest. I'll give Lee a buzz.
Do you know what? When I ordered mine, it did turn up a few days later. So you've got a chance. Yeah.
I mean, Lee's missus, the guy who does our merchandise, she does amazing baked goods as well. So I might try and see if I can double up my order and get her to send me some brownies at the same time.
Oh, very good. Yeah, so we can have them while we're gaming on the weekends.
Absolutely, mate. That'd be good. Apparently, Anyway, let's not get into Lee's extended family and their professions. The point is that there's merchandise and you might consider buying it. Links in the description. No drama either way, but it does support us and enable us to continue producing what we hope you agree is an all right show. So says the likes of Tim Holly, and he won a Slayer sword. So what you going to say about that? Anything else you want to add, Phil, before we transition into Genestealer cult territory?
No, I am ready to praise the four-armed emperor, so let's get on with the Codex review.
Absolutely. I wish I remembered other words that describe the whole, sky god thing that they said, but transitional noise. All right then, everyone. It's that part of the podcast that, by all accounts, you're here to listen to, because it is the bulk of the content where we essentially review or give impressions of Codex Genestealer cults. Now, to be fair and to update you on the way that we do this, because maybe you've not listened to one of these before and you're thinking to yourself, oh, these guys are the sorts of switched on pro gamers that are going to tell me how to win with GSC. That is not what this is going to be. This is broadly our first impressions and evolving ideas around Genestealer cult, as myself, and less so Phil, because Phil has actually been more professional than me and read a certain amount of it already. But basically, I'm going to read through it and try and gain an understanding of it. And essentially, the way me and Phil do it is we read it and we start to form opinions as we go. So we feel like that's a nice way of you kind of getting an introduction to the decks, because like us, you're effectively experiencing individuals who are debating and discovering things for the first time. So apologies if we make mistakes. We made a couple of mistakes on Custodes, by the way, Phil. We forgot that all infantry have OBSEC, for example. Someone pointed that out.
Did we not say that? I thought we said that. We
might have said it, but someone on the internet said we didn't. And then I was like, I'm not going back and listening to all of that again.
Well, I'm pretty sure I said, like, as usual, infantry gets, like, OBSEC. Because all infantry gets OBSEC in every detachment of every army.
Well, no, that's not technically true, Phil, because it's only troops normally you see.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe that's the bit I made a mistake on. So not just... So
well, you and me collectively. We just chose not to say it, mate. That's fine. You know, these things happen, right? Let's not beat ourselves up about this stuff.
I mean, anyway, let's go back and redo the whole Custodes episode again, just to fix that mistake.
You wonder sometimes if that's the sort of thing people expect from us after they reveal those kind of moments. It's like, right, okay, well, back I go then. Let me just delete that and start again. Not that, you know, at the end of the day, you shouldn't have those expectations. You should expect more from your content creators. We are here for you, unless we choose to ignore what you say, which I guess we often do because we're just bitter, cynical folk. Anyway, Genestealer Cult, Phil, can I just say... I'm torn whether this is my favourite Codex cover. I'm torn because Adeptus Mechanicus is so perfect.
It's surely the same guy.
It has to be. It has to be. Whoever this individual is, because I don't think they credit their artist still, or at least if they do, I don't know where they would. If this is the individual who's responsible for the Mechanicus Codex cover and has gone on to produce this cover, they are worth whatever amount of shekels are being thrown at them, because I mean
they should effectively do all art for 40k forever, basically. He can be hailed as, or she, the new John Blanche, basically.
You reckon? Oh, hello, that John Blanche levels now, mate. You sure?
I mean, it is it's a modern reimagining of the John Blanche grim darkness. For a new generation, the millennial John Blanche, or the Generation Z, whatever they might be, however old they are.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, I struggle to think of how you could do this better. I think it just so beautifully sort of personifies the kind of nobility of the Genestealer cult, while also communicating their, feral monster like madness element thing. It's just, again, I appreciate that was a terrible description of words, but the point is it's just beautiful. It's just, everything about it is perfect.
Can I just highlight two of my favorite things?
Please.
One of them is the guy with candles on his head. He's just wearing a hat of candles. And then the other one next to him, the guy with the eye patch, holding a little baby Genestealer, like a baby with weird alien like hands and arms. But he's caressing it because it is an actual baby.
Yes.
On the battlefield, which is madness, but beautiful all at the same time.
I mean, and that's one of the elements of it, because there's so many of these like Genestealer familiars, or whatever they're called, the little grubby little Genestealers that hang around with the leaders as they're kind of hanging off of flagpoles, or fighting with each other under the cloaks and robes of the Magus. And again, I mean, just the Magus itself, I mean, just beautifully sort of personifies again the kind of bloated absurdity of this whole situation. Like, I love the decadence of it, and the fact that it's almost kind of gender neutral, although I would assume that it's a female. Yeah, but it's just, I mean, look, I again, we try not to wax lyrical about this stuff too much, but when it's that good, you just kind of have to talk about it. It's a shame in a way, because every other bit of artwork that has been commissioned for Genestealer Cult, and I don't mean to be unfair about it, because I certainly really, really like it, with a few exceptions, is all that kind of 6th, 7th, 8th edition artwork, which was much more of a kind of blocky comic book style artwork that they were favoring during the course of 8th and 7th edition. There's no meaningful amounts of like Rogue Trader or, 3rd edition artwork that they could pull upon. Noting that on page 29...
there are a couple.
Yeah. There are a couple of instances.
Yeah, the page 29 one.
Yes.
I think there's another one somewhere else because there is another classic piece of Genestealer Cult artwork that must exist in this book somewhere.
Yeah, quite probably. But look, I mean, irrespective, it's from the outset, it's a really cool looking book. And I think, Genestealer Cults as a concept is something that I'm really grateful that Games Workshop have brought back and supported in the way that they have. I think the GSC definitely have become a really, really well-rounded force. I was expecting for this version of them for there to be a little bit more in the way of like more sort of synergies with the kind of evolution into the Genestealer side of things, and maybe, I don't know, units that sort of gave them a bit more kind of range possibilities or offered them something a bit more. I don't know what it was, but I think the Saboteur was a really nice addition because of the way that they've kind of incorporated those ranged attack functions into that character. And I suppose obviously you've got the synergies with the Astra Militarum to try and plug some of your long range options because you can take the Lehman Russes and other things when you combo in the Astra Militarum options. But it's always the same kind of grumble, I suppose, when effectively get a new book and one new character. You always feel like, could you not have just given them another squad or something extra than just the single character? But it is what it is.
It's going to happen when their kill team comes around.
You heard it here first, everybody. When's that happening, Phil?
I don't know. Like sometime this year, I'd assume.
Fair enough.
This is guesswork more than anything else.
Other thing, Phil, the second of the strings.
The bookmark is back. Yes, I did notice that myself. I need to double check an older codex to see if they had a bookmark or not.
That is true. We need to go back and verify the situation. Perhaps, Phil, what I'll do is I will cut to me saying whether or not they had bookmarks in the past or not.
I want to eat chicken burgers.
So I checked. They don't normally. So there you go. It's a rarity that they would include a bookmark.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages?
All right, now that we clarified that whole situation, let's get into the meat of the situation, and that would be the rules. So we're going to go through everything that makes up the army. We're going to try and talk through some of the data sheets. As is often the case with 9th edition codexes, there's a lot to get through, and we try our very best to cover as much of it in as much detail as we can while still getting this thing into around a 3-hour timeline. So we're going to do our best, as we always do, but we will skip over a few bits and pieces here and there just to kind of streamline the process. So we're not going to talk through every stratagem, and we might, skim over relics and other bits and pieces. But the point is we're going to hopefully give you a pretty good flavour of what the GSC are all about, and we're hopefully going to learn a bunch of interesting facts about them along the way. So, Phil, get us started, mate. Where do we begin?
So we start at the detachment abilities.
Page 54.
Obviously, a Genestealer Cult detachment is one that includes models with a Genestealer Cult's keyword.
That is revolutionary.
Excluding models with the unaligned keyword. They obviously haven't specified buildings, which they sometimes do, but they always have the unaligned keyword anyway, so it's fine. So Genestealer Cult detachments. Remember, Genestealer Cult is a keyword, and this is Genestealer Cult detachment. Gain the Gene Sect, Brood Coven, and Brood Brothers abilities, which we'll get through in a minute. Genestealer Cults, still a keyword, but Genestealer Cult units in a Genestealer Cult keyword detachment gain the Cult Creed ability. Seems a bit weird that you can have two keywords in itself. It's a little Russian nested doll. I found it a bit weird as to why they're doing that, because, as it says above, the entire detachment is made up of Genestealer Cult units, obviously with the exception of unaligned things. So it's specifically written just for those unaligned units to make sure that they don't also gain these benefits. So they gain the Cult Creed ability. And then Genestealer Cult troop units and Genestealer Cult detachments gain the objective secured ability. Troops this time, not infantry, unlike your custody boys. You've got Gene Sect, which is the first rule. So you can include a maximum of one of each Genestealer cult character model in this detachment. For each Genestealer cult model with the HQ battlefield role, you can actually take one of the other characters not using a battlefield role slot. Now, there's, I think, maybe like 4 or so characters that are HQs, and actually the rest all fit within elites. So by basically taking an HQ one, you can take another one, typically an elite one, for free. So you're saving your elite slots for your
by free.
units.
You mean it doesn't occupy a slot? You still have to pay the points for it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Should clarify that, because yes, given the impression that you get a bunch of free characters would possibly be
that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice. So nice, in fact, that you can't do it.
Yeah. So you got Brood Coven, which is their other ability. If an army includes any Patriarch models, you can't select another Genestealer cult model as your warlord. That makes sense thematically. If your army does not include a Patriarch model, but does include a Primus or Magus, Primus or Magus model, you cannot select any other Genestealer cult model as your warlord. It has to be one of those two. Again, makes sense from the sort of structure of the army. Genestealer cult character models in this detachment that do not have an HQ battlefield role cannot have a warlord trait. Again, that's quite a cool limitation. Then lastly, for these guys, you've got the cult creed. So all Genestealer cult units with this ability and all the models in them gain the cult creed, provided every unit in their detachment that belongs to a cult belongs to the same cult, which they will do going forwards from the new GT mission pack, because that's now a stipulation for match play games. Obviously,
it's a stipulation for grand tournament nocturne games. Obviously, if you're playing match play under any other circumstances, do whatever you want.
I know. Obviously, it makes sense from the point of view of they're trying to limit mono factions in general, anyway, or
limit or incentivize mono factions.
Yes, or both. Yeah.
I mean, no, it's probably the latter. But anyway.
So basically, you gain their abilities. It says if you don't have an associated cult creed, you are a myriad cult, and you basically get to customize your cult abilities, which has some really cool rules about it too.
I love the naming convention of "we're a myriad cult." It's like, wow, okay,
could be anything. Yeah.
Any old nonsense.
Then you've got some specific rules around Brood Brothers, which is your Astra Militarum units. So basically, for each Genestealer cult detachment, you can include one Astra Militarum detachment. Even if they don't have the same faction keywords, it basically talks about like you swap out the keywords to make them all the same. Mm-hmm. You can only include units with the regiment or unaligned keyword in a Brood Brothers detachment. So you can't suddenly take Yarrick or another character, for example, because they've got preset things that you can't actually have Death Korps of Krieg. Actually, no, you can, because even though it's preset, actually, would you? No, maybe you can take them, because
they would cease to be Krieg, Phil, because Krieg now are just guardsmen.
What I mean is but the Krieg keyword is technically bracket regiments. I would argue. Because
you can't take Death Riders. Is basically you can't take Death Riders. You can't take Engineers. Is essentially the situation.
No, I would say you technically could, because that is the regiment keyword.
Yeah, but it's not. But on that unit, it's just the keyword is Death Korps of Krieg. It's not regiment. You don't replace it. You can't take Death Korps of Krieg.
Well, you do, because that is how the regiment.
Yeah, but you can't take Death Riders in a Katachan army.
No, because their bracket regiment is preset, but it's still, for all intents and purposes, bracket regiment whenever regiment is referred.
It's just a set word.
Well, one of us plays Guard Army and one of us doesn't. So
I know.
You could be correct and I could be wrong. However, what it actually means, regardless of whether you can take Death Riders or not, it means you can't take Scions. It means you can't take the officer class, so you can't take commissars, you can't take Bulgrin or Ogrin, because they're all abhumans. You can't take psychers, because they don't have the regiment keyword. I would argue Death Korps of Krieg do have the regiment keyword, but that is an argument for another time. Anyway, there are a few more stipulations. When you include National Military unit in the Brood Brothers detachment, replace the Imperium and Regiment keywords with every instance with Brood Brothers instead. They can't take Warlord traits. You can't have any of them be the Warlord. You can't give any of them relics. So really limiting your army. The inclusion of Brood Brothers does not prevent Genestealer cult units from your army from using the Crossfire ability, provided that the total power rating or points values in games that uses them of your Brood Brothers units from your army is no more than 25% of the army's total, which means you do have to do a small bit of maths just to make sure that you're under that limit. Brood Brother units in the Brood Brothers detachment gain the following regiment doctrine. So they have their own doctrine that they get, which is called Loyalty to the Cult. You add 2 to the leadership characteristic of models in the unit with this regimental doctrine. Normally their leadership 7, so it goes up to 9. That's pretty good. And infantry units with the regimental doctrine gain the unquestioning loyalty ability, which is on page 88.
Do you want me to read it? I've got it in front of me here.
Go for it.
Each time a saving throw made for a cult character model from your army is failed, you can select one other friendly cult or Brood Brothers model with this ability within 3 of that character model and take an unquestionable loyalty test. To do so, roll 1d6, add 1 to the result if that character model is a Patriarch model. On a 4+, the test is passed and the character model does not suffer damage. Instead, the friendly model you selected is destroyed and the attack sequence ends. That's pretty significant. I mean, that's like old 7th edition Lookout Sir, but with potentially more defensive opportunities. Well, no, probably equal to how it was in 7th, because you can effectively be like, oh, you're going to shoot those las cannons at my character. I will fling these little fellas in front of it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Roll of a 3+. Well, in the case of a Patriarch, 4+ otherwise.
Yeah, the 4+ is quite limiting. 3+, it's not. No, it's normally a 2+ when it comes to these kind of models. Like for Inquisition and Acolytes, it's a 2+. Drones, it's a 2+.
Yeah, but they're 8th edition codexes, right? So I would assume that will get updated. I can't imagine that the drones will still be 2+. But they might be.
Although
Tower looking pretty good.
I'm pretty sure the Inquisition had been updated for 9th because they appeared in the one of the Warzone books.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. In which case I stand corrected on that front. But I'll tell you what I won't stand corrected on, Phil. Keywords: Astra Militarum, Imperium, Krieg, Cavalry, Death Riders.
Yeah, so Krieg is the regiment one because
yeah, but Phil, with the way keywords work, there is no translation. It is all based on literal interpretations. I.e.,
well, no, it's not. If it's in a bracket, it can mean anything that you associate it with. So
it can do, but in order for this to happen, so this specifically states, right? Hang on, I'll find the word. So you can include units with the brackets, regiment, close brackets, or unaligned keyword. They do not have either of those keywords. They have Krieg. That is not what that is. There is no context to keywords. There is no nuance. It is literally what is written.
By that logic, so the rules for orders, for example, says you can issue an order to a bracket regiment infantry unit. So by that logic, you're saying my Krieg can't give themselves orders because they have the Death Korps of Krieg keyword and not the regiment keyword, which
have they FAQ'd that specifically?
No, it's because it's the same thing. Because you always swap all instances of the keyword to the one that you've given it.
In the case of your infantry, they are regiment, but you've replaced that regiment with Krieg. In the case of Death Riders and Engineers, you might have stumbled across something there. Well, you can't give them orders.
Well, here's the thing. So when you're building a Krieg army, for example, you say my regiment is Krieg, so therefore all instances of bracket regiment become Krieg. However, this time we're actually working backwards, and we're saying we can take bracket regiment, and we are going to change bracket regiment to Brood Brothers. I would, posit that you can't maybe take Krieg because while Krieg is bracket regiment isn't Krieg. If that
You've
makes
lost
sense.
me, Phil. But what I'm saying is, are we in alignment? You can't take Death Riders in Genestealer Cult as Brood Brothers.
On second thoughts, you probably can't.
Okay, that's at least something. We arrived at a conclusion. I don't know what you just said, but and I'm sure
it'd be interesting to see if it's if it gets it should really get FAQ just to clarify it, because otherwise people could go like, well, I'm taking Pask, and it's like I don't think you could. That would be weird.
No, you definitely can't take Pask because he doesn't have the regiment keyword. He has the Cadian keyword, right? So,
but the Cadian keyword is the regiment keyword. That's where the weird logic becomes.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. So you can transform regiment into the Cadian keyword,
but not the
because
other way
that's
around.
what the rules allow. But you can't do it in reverse.
Yes, that's how I think it should be. Yeah.
There we go. We have arrived, Phil. So you can't give your Krieg orders either. That's a fun little thing to discover.
No, but you can, because regiment becomes Krieg, not Krieg.
Oh, yes,
regiment.
that's okay
so,
then.
Yeah.
Yes, no, we're all right. We're on the level there. Whew. That would have been embarrassing this weekend, Phil. You're about to run the Krieg again. You'd be like, oh, it turns out no orders. Whoopsie daisy.
True.
Well, fortunately for you, Phil, this episode will go out before you will, or will only go out around the time that you have started playing games, so no one can pull you up on that. You know, no one can try and shenanigans you until Sunday, maybe, and then
Maybe Sunday. Yeah.
Exactly.
So let's go through the data sheet abilities. Obviously, you've gone through the unquestioning loyalty. You've done that one already. We've also got conceal, which, as you might suspect, basically means during deployment you can set up a unit in ambush instead of setting on the battlefield. If this unit is infantry or biker unit, you can set this unit up underground instead of setting it up on the battlefield or in ambush. So there's literally two abilities that conceal allows you to do. One is ambush, one is underground. If you're setting up in ambush, the unit can be set up in ambush. Place an ambush marker anywhere on the battlefield that is wholly within your deployment zone. So just to also clarify, with the Codex, you get a bunch of tokens. You get ambush markers and you get crossfire markers for when we do the crossfire rule. You also get a little 9-inch, is it 9-inch ruler? Just so you can,
I think so, yes.
So you can handily measure out your deep striking and stuff like that.
It's a useful tool.
Yeah. So you've got your ambush markers. You can put them on the ground. Units set up in ambush are considered to be set up on the battlefield unless they're embarked within a transport model that is set up in ambush. Even though their models are not actually on the battlefield, enemy models cannot be set up or moved within 9 inches of the center of your ambush markers. Interesting, it's from the center, not the edge, which is how objective markers are measured. But I guess because there's no fixed size or of ambush markers, it's from the center. So if you don't have these tokens, even though you can only get them from the Codex itself, it doesn't matter because you're measuring from the center.
Magical.
Then you've got underground. So if this unit is set up underground, then in the reinforcement step of your movement phase, you can set this unit up under one of the following conditions. You can set this unit up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 8 inches away from any enemy models. You can set up this unit anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 6 inches away from any enemy models, but that unit is not eligible to declare a charge this turn. Unless,
of course, there's a stratagem that will allow them to, but who knows on that front?
There is, because I've seen it. I believe it's 3 inches instead, which is...
so it reduces the range to 3, but can you charge afterwards?
No, but you can shoot.
Oh, okay.
So handy if you've got a squad that wants to chuck grenades, I guess, is the only thing I could think of.
Or loads of those 6-inch range hand flamers, maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting because normally when you effectively deep strike, which is what this is trying to do, it's 9 inches away, right? So this is 8 inches away, which is 1 inch better, or 6 inches, but you can't charge. If a unit is set up underground, has any abilities that is used in your command phase, i.e. meticulous planner, then the first time the unit set up on the battlefield, it can use any or all of those abilities as if it was your command phase. It's like a built-in chaplain wanting to do that chaplain stratagem to allow it to do its chaplain things when it wasn't on the table to do its chaplain things, if that makes sense.
I mean, perfectly. But it just basically... I mean, it's a really nice... design addition, though, because it obviously means that it counteracts one of the obvious failings of an army that needs to arrive majoritively by deep strike. Allowing them to have a command phase out of sequence is not a bad thing. I mean, it almost would have made sense. And again, I don't know why they didn't necessarily consider this, that maybe for the GSC they could have moved it to a, unique turn sequence. You start with movement, then go command. Like that could have been an interesting design philosophy.
You could say that 10th edition or whatever is a general gameplay mechanic change, that things come from reserve before the command phase. Then everything can do its command stuff. But then you just say the things that came from reserve can't, move that turn
or charge.
Well, I mean, normally mechanic-wise, you want them to charge, but you could do whatever stipulation you want. But you could just say, yeah, they come in and they can't move. It's doing the same thing, but allows the characters to do the things that everyone clearly wants them to do, and they make all these extra little loopholes for people to do.
See, not that I mean to get baited into a conversation about my hopes and dreams of 10th edition, but I would love it if we just moved back to a system where you declare charges in the movement phase, and ultimately you did double your move to charge, and in doing so you effectively sacrifice a shooting phase in favor of a thing. And then when you bring stuff back into reserve, you get rid of that weird 9-inch stipulation, and you just let them come in anywhere because they can no longer charge because they've just arrived at the end of the movement phase and you had to declare your charges at the start. See, I would have loved to go back to a system like that, just because I think it creates a nice sort of ebb and flow to things. But then in terms of what the command phase would need to be, perchance, maybe that should precede the movement phase in certain instances. But then maybe that's slightly advantageous under the current circumstances. In fact, it definitely is advantageous. So I like the kind of, the trade-off that you're not going to benefit from your command phase, but you are going to benefit from deep striking. So, I'm cool with it. But in the case of the Genestealer cult, I think it's good that they've added that in as a mechanic that will enable them to still take advantage of what I assume are quite numerous command abilities.
Yeah. So there's one paragraph left under the underground rule, which it says units set up underground are considered to be set up in a location other than the battlefield. Therefore, this must be determined in the declare, reserves, and transport step of the mission sequence. Then we've got the last part of this ability, because it's all technically under one ability, which is revealing the ambush markers. So in the first battle round, if you have the first turn, you must reveal all the ambush markers at the start of your command phase. So it happens pretty straightforward. It just affects how you and your opponent deploy. If you do not have the first turn, you must reveal all of your ambush markers at the end of your opponent's movement phase. So again, the ambush markers stop your opponent getting within 9 inches of them. So that's quite useful, but then they can then still shoot at stuff that comes out. So to reveal an ambush marker, select one unit from your army that was set up in ambush and has not yet been set up from the ambush marker. Set up one model from the unit within 1 inch of the center of the ambush marker, hold within your deployment zone, and more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Then remove the ambush marker. Or set up room. Oh no, part 2. Sorry, not or. And set up the remaining models in that unit. Hold within 6 inches of the first model. Hold within your deployment zone, and more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. So basically, you'll be 9 inches away from any enemy models at all times, and always in your deployment zone, which is pretty good. So you can't do any sneaky snaking your units about to increase your movement. Or at least in the direction of the deployment zone. And then also just clarifies that they don't count as reinforcements, which I guess is more for the purposes of reinforcements.
Yeah, it's really useful, actually. So obviously, if they're ambushing, they do not count as being reserves. But if they are underground, they do count as being reserves. And obviously, there are a number of instances where if it were the ambushing counted as you coming in from reserves, that it would be really negative for the GSC. One of the bits of maths that I did was that obviously if a GSC unit had to arrive from reserves using the ambush rules, they would, if within range of a unit of Space Marine infiltrators that were keeping 9.1 inches away from the objective, or rather not the objective marker, the ambush marker. The Genestealer cult would have to stay outside of 12 inches of the infiltrator, and in doing so could not then deploy within an inch of its marker, and then in doing so would be destroyed because it can't arrive. So it's really sensible. It's really sensible that they made that distinction. But definitely be wary of infiltrator units if you are going for the underground deployment strat, because one of the major benefits of that is you closing the range. But if there are infiltrators about, you aren't going to be able to do that at all. So I imagine, depending on the popularity of GSE and the general prevalence of, or rather the general kind of ongoing Space Marine, players, or the people that want to keep playing their Space Marines, you're probably going to see a lot of infiltrators scattered around some Space Marine armies just to kind of protect against those options. So, interesting. I mean, I really liked the ambush marker system. I think it had some awkward nuances that created some really weirdly janky gameplay, exchanges. But for the most part, I think it was a really nice rule set that kind of communicated the way that these guys rise up and infiltrate within, the forces of the Imperium or wherever it might be. So, yeah, I'm well in favor of it. I think it's a good thing that they kept it. And I think the changes that they've made are appropriate. So, yeah, I don't really see any glaring issues with it for me. I mean, what do you think, Phil?
Well, yeah, it seems like it's a pretty good system. It's very thematic at the very least. I'm pretty sure it was 8th edition. Lots of people were saying it was so finesse, or at least the army was, that you could potentially lose the game by setting up your ambush markers wrong, because obviously you need to rely on characters to buff units. So you need to sort of measure out where all of those units are going, if they're, or at least where your ambush markers are going, where your units need to go. So when actually they do appear, the right units are in the right place to buff the other units and stuff like that. So it sounded like it was a very hard to play army in earlier editions of the game. I'm pretty sure that was 8th, not 7th.
Yeah, it was 8th, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, glad they've kept it in. Hopefully the Genestealer Cult fans are happy with that. I think on the whole it was a cool mechanic.
Yeah, no, I'm sure the GSC fans are definitely, in favour of the fact that they kept that. The rule that is causing a little bit of a stir is the next one, Crossfire. Famously, within at least our, social circles as wargaming people, Crossfire was met with some confusion by kind of key, figures within the community. Most notably, dear old Winters, who put out a video where he essentially said, "Look, I'm not going to review the GSE because I've read Crossfire and it makes no sense whatsoever, and I just don't have it in me." So what me and Phil are now going to attempt to do is read this rule and try and understand what the heck it's all about. So do you want me to read it, Phil, and then you try and break it down, or would you like to read it?
Well, I've read it already, to myself at least. I'll let you read it and see how you think about it.
All right. So Crossfire. If every unit from your army has the Genestealer cult keyword, excluding underlined units, and the percentage ratio of Brood Brother units specified on page 54,
i.e.
so
25%.
Up to 25%.
Yeah.
And every unit from your army that belongs to a cult belongs to the same cult. This unit can use this ability, and the following rules apply. Fine. So basically, you have to be all the same Genestealer cult. Straightforward enough. Crossfire markers. In your shooting phase, each time a crossfire unit is selected to shoot, if all of those attacks target one enemy unit without a crossfire marker, after resolving those attacks, the targets gain a crossfire marker if any of the following conditions were satisfied. 5 or more of these attacks scored hits. 1 or more of these attacks with a damage characteristic other than 1 scored a hit. At the end of your turn, remove all crossfire markers enemy units have. Fine. So I declare shots with a unit with the crossfire rule, and then I fire with 10 things, and I score 5 hits. I put a crossfire marker on. If one of those shots happen to have a damage characteristic greater than 1, and I score a hit with that, also I will put a crossfire marker on.
Well, it's one or the other. You don't need 2 crossfire markers. Basically, if you only did hit with 1 model, but it did a 2 damage, it gets crossfire. Or 5 or more if it's 1 damage. Or there's 5 or more. Yeah, 5 more, normally 1 damage. The thing to note is, so the crossfire keyword is pretty much on all your infantry troops and all your like rock grinder vehicles and stuff as well. It will just be on your Genestealer cults. So your Brood Brothers don't get it. It's quite good in terms of it forces you to not split fire. So you've literally got to shoot everything at that one unit, which for the most part is what you would do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to get that clarification. So from the outset, okay, fine. I've scored 5 hits, crossfire. I've shot you with something damage 2 or greater, crossfire. Great. Effects of crossfire. Each time a crossfire model makes a ranged attack, if the target unit has a crossfire marker, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. Fair enough. Crossfire marker, +1 hit. Fine. Each time a crossfire model makes a ranged attack, if the target unit has a crossfire marker and was exposed when it was selected as the target, see below, add 1 to that attack's wound roll. Okay, so we'll get to exposed in a minute. Each time a crossfire model makes a ranged attack, if the target unit has a crossfire marker, was exposed when it was selected as the target, and is within 12 inches when it was selected as the target does not receive the benefits of cover. Fine. Okay. What is being exposed? To determine if a target unit is exposed, draw a line from any part of the base or hull of one model in the attacking crossfire unit to any part of the base or hull of one model in another friendly crossfire unit that is visible to that model, as shown in the diagram to the right. Okay, fine. Diagram to the right. Where did I leave that? I've lost my point. There it is. The target unit is exposed if both of the following conditions are satisfied. That line passes over any part of the base or hull of one or more models in the target unit. That line does not pass over a terrain feature with the target unit. That line does not pass over a terrain feature with the obscuring terrain trait unless those crossfire units or the target unit are within that terrain feature, or the target unit could still be targeted even if a terrain feature with the obscuring terrain trait was between it and the attacking model. E.g., it's an aircraft unit, it has a wounds characteristic of 18 or more, etc. Fine. So basically, I am shooting at a unit to apply a crossfire marker. So initially, I need to plink it with something that is damage 2 or greater, or 5 small arm fire shots. So maybe it's a unit of Brood Brother Guardsmen with their las guns pew-pewing in the general direction.
Well, it's not, because it doesn't affect Brood.
Oh, yeah, because they don't have crossfire. Yes, no. Sorry. So it has to be a unit of
Genestealer, like neophytes or something.
Neophytes, that's the words I was trying to find. I couldn't remember the name of the regular guys. Has to be a unit of neophytes with their auto guns going pew, pew, pew. Fine. I get my 5 hits. Now it's got a thing. Then I go to work with other units that will then gain benefits. And on the assertion that I have line of sight with another crossfire unit, then that's fine. Now, obviously, there could be the assumption that the unit that fired first will count towards that crossfire resolution, because it doesn't specifically need to be units that have shot or not.
Could be a different unit completely.
Yes. So essentially, I've got 2 units. The first unit plinks it, puts a crossfire token on it. The second unit shoots it. The first unit that shot it assists with exposing the target, and within 12 inches, it's got a crossfire marker on it. I get reroll 1s to hit, reroll 1s to wound.
Add 1.
Oh, no. Sorry. Add 1 to hit, add 1 to wound, and they don't get cover saves. I mean, it's written in a way that literally will make you go cross-eyed because they have to constantly rules lawyer for the people out there who are looking to exploit any lapse in, communication around what exactly is the, specific stipulations. But it's not ridiculous. I feel like it probably needed a few less steps. I think maybe it should have just been like, did you shoot this unit already? Are you shooting it again? Cool. You're +1 to hit it. Are you shooting it a third time? Now you're +1 to wound it. Like, that would have been fine, surely. And then just ignore the whole ignoring cover thing because, you just turn it into like a marker light system where you just stack a couple things. It's like, cool. Or maybe you could ignore cover if you stack 3. It's like, after 3 units have shot at this thing, it doesn't get cover saves for the well, I suppose in that example, it wouldn't get cover saves for the 4th round of shooting at it, assuming it's a unit that's that entrenched in cover and that durable that you need to shoot with 4 separate units. But it could be a unit of Centurions in cover. Those things are a nightmare to get rid of with their toughness 5 or toughness 6, toughness 5, I think. 4 wounds, 2 up armor, which becomes 1 up in cover, or Deathwing Terminators with storm shields in cover. You want to, really lay it in with those guys. So yeah, I mean, there could be circumstances. So I would have preferred it if they just did it like a stacking buff that you could stack up to 3 times to gain the benefits. Because it's a little bit of a faff. But I don't know if it's as bad as I thought it was going to be when Winters went off on a rant about it.
Yeah, I read it and I was like, cool, I get it. I don't have a problem with this. It isn't that difficult to understand. If you're listening along and you find it difficult, it's because you're listening to us read it and you're not reading it on the page. Plus, you're not seeing a little diagram that explains how exposed works in terms of, can you draw a line between the units? As you say, some of the wording's a bit complicated because obviously the effects of crossfire repeat itself, and as it repeats, it stacks. They could have said, if it does this, it does that, step 1, 2, 3. And then when they talk about the ruins, that's very overly worded because they've got to take into the fact that there could be a ruin in the way. It's got to be obscuring. But if things ignore obscuring, it's an aircraft or a super heavy over 18 wounds, you'd ignore that anyway for the purposes of it. But overall, I think it's really strategic. It's one of those cool rules. I've talked about it all the time where you go like, this could just be, and by what I'm going to say is I don't mean the whole of a crossfire. I sort of mean the exposed portion of it. It's very tactical. And it's like, this could just be a game mechanic for everyone because then it forces units to like do pincer movements around. It's sort of reminds me of 7th edition where it was always seen as being more complicated because you had things like armor facing and positioning a unit to shoot another unit from a certain direction against vehicles was really important. It feels like it's bringing some of that back, but obviously it's specific for Genestealer Cult. Like, I think it's really cool, very thematic. It sort of forces Genestealer Cult units to play in a certain way in terms of how they've got to position to get the benefit of it. I do feel like the benefits are like crazy powerful, like +1 to hit and +1 to wound. I mean, that's really great. And that you just need to do the exposed, like you need crossfire market and they need to be exposed. The ignore cover bit seems less likely to ever need it to come into effect because if they're on a ruin, I believe. If they are on it, you can still do it. It's if there's a ruin in the way that's obscuring, you would ignore it. So yeah, overall, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it seems okay. I think again, there are easier ways to have, created the same outcome, but maybe it wouldn't be as layered. And I think that's where a lot of my previous and in this instance kind of gripes with some of these rules decisions that they make is that there's just an unnecessary layer of complexity to this stuff sometimes. Now, this instance doesn't necessarily feel as bad as, say, the Thousand Suns ritual system, where that guy's worth 7 ritual points and that thing's worth 3, and that one's, like the weird kind of mental arithmetic that you got to do to remember what every different unit generates in cabal points was a bit of a faff.
Yeah.
Whereas this, I suppose, is relatively easy to understand in the sense that you go, cool, and within 12 inches, something else has got line of sight, and something else always shot you, and you've got a marker on you. We're we're off to the races. But the thing is that it's the way they write this stuff. It's just, again, they have to be thorough with it because that's how they feel they need to do it. But I think as well, again, they can kind of like get entrenched in some of these things, because I like the idea of Crossfire. I like the idea of you are essentially in a melee of bodies and chaos that is essentially, come up from the ground and is starting to cause all sorts of disorder in your ranks. So, there are going to be benefits to those guys as they're seeding chaos and creating problems. You're going to maybe not be defended as well. They're going to be better prepared. And I think that does communicate that. I just think, again, though, it's sort of like, it's almost like, could you not have just had it that it was like, one unit shoots it and then another unit shoots it, then Crossfire kicks in? Like, you don't need, maybe make Crossfire slightly less awesome in some regards, but then just be like, yeah, cool, one shot, two shot.
Yeah, what I like about it though is it's forcing you to actually like do an ambush and like a pincer movement on a particular unit for it to pull off. If you would, as you were saying, just all shooting and stacking tokens for shooting, it's like you could just be a gunline army. I'm on one side of the board, you're on the other, and I'm getting the benefit, just like Tau do. Like, I'm just shooting at you. Whereas this, you can't do that. You have to be very specific with how you position units or how you're deploying units in terms of coming up from ambush and stuff to be able to pull that off. I would say the one downside with this, unlike things, as you're saying, like the Thousand Suns one, like the Thousand Sun one, that's just on you as the Thousand Sun player to know. Whereas with the Genestealer Cult one, because it's so intrinsic to how the game plays, it's like your opponent really needs to know how this works. You as a Genestealer Cult player need to explain it to them, because their movement and positioning can potentially affect how you're doing the Crossfire. So they need to know that, cool, if I'm exposed, you're going to get some benefits, or if you're within 12 inches of me, you're going to get some benefits, because they need to be able to react to that and know whether to do that knowing there's a risk or to not do it. So I feel like as a Genestealer Cult player, you need to be very explicit with your opponent, saying, do you understand how this rule works? If not, let me quickly explain it to you. And for them, it might be a bit too complicated, because they might go, it might not be explained very well, or they might just be like, oh, okay, it seems a bit complicated. But I think if you're playing against them, you definitely want to know how this rule works.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's important that you understand that if you can. But at the same time, I would just trust that my opponent is knowledgeable on how their army works and have a certain degree of faith that they're going to, play it down the middle. So, I agree that it's good to know. But at the same time, I just think when it comes to this stuff, sometimes I've just gotten to a point now with 40k where I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, whatever you say. Like, unless it's really obvious that what they're doing is totally not right, I never challenge anything anymore, because the game is such that you can seemingly just do whatever you want, whenever you want. So why waste energy trying to work out whether what they did was right or not? Maybe it's lost me many a game as a result, but hey, there you go. It's only a game. Tell us about summoning the cult, Phil.
Summoning the cult, basically, if you have a banner, which is predominantly how this ability happens, you can summon the cult. So each time a neophyte hybrid unit with your army summons the cult, D6 destroyed models are added back to that unit. And each time any other Genestealer cult unit from your army summons the cult, D3 models come back from your unit with their full wounds remaining. If a unit can summon the cult more than once, because the unit is equipped with a cult icon and is in range of an acolyte icon would, Nexus Devotion ability, which also allows him to do it. The results are cumulative, basically, but however, for Neophyte Hybrid, you're capped at 6, and for the other Genestealer cult units, you're capped at 3. So basically, you can bring back D6 to a maximum of 6, or D3 to a maximum of 3, with however many abilities that can summon the cult. Those returned units can only be set up within the engagement range of enemy units that are already within engagement range of units that they're being added back to. That's a nice little stipulation to stop you just tagging a unit that you're not in combat with. So that's very good. But that's it, in summary.
Nice. Well, there we go. Do we have to go back now to the cults, Phil? The cults in the general sense?
We do. So this is a little story. So I read the initial bit that we've basically read up to. I skipped over the other stuff and I read the data sheets. And then when I was reading this to myself, I then went through the data sheets and I had a quick flick through and I was like, oh, cool, I'm done. Like, this was a really easy codex, like much simpler than Custodes. I don't know what everyone was complaining about. And then it was the next day I realized that actually I'd skipped out a bunch and hadn't read any of the cult abilities or the upgrade stuff, or in fact even the crusade stuff that you can do. Tangent note, the crusade stuff is quite interesting. You basically pretend you are on a world, you get to select or roll the type of world you would be, whether it's a hive world or a forge world and stuff, and basically you've got to do your ascension. You've got to claim your ascension to take over that world. And then if you can do it, you get a bunch of benefits. If you don't, I think some of your units get lots of, not debuffs, but basically battle scars and things like that. So concept-wise, it's very cool. It has a bit of theming around whether you have Tyranid models in your army as well, as in it actually makes your ascension worse because technically you shouldn't have Tyranids in your army yet because the Tyranids are coming for the Ascension. I mean, thematic wise, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you're doing all these battles for your Ascension, but normally the Ascension happens when you've risen up and then you're doing the battles, if that makes sense from a lore perspective. But it's done pretty well.
Nice. Yeah, I would always have assumed that, with the GSE, there's a very real possibility that they could have done some really interesting stuff with it from a kind of crusade perspective, irrespective of my general view on the crusade system at this moment in time. I think, the GSE has also got one of the more interesting fluffs that exist in 40k. Like, I love the whole espionage aspect of them, the way that they infiltrate society and overtake, the layers of governance and effectively become the ruling faction on a planet, building its way or weaving its way into all of the bureaucracy and effectively taking over. So yeah, no, I'm a big fan of what GSE are, and I also love the the poetic sort of irony of the whole thing, that they spend all their time worshipping this godly creature that effectively comes and consumes them, which is definitely a fabulous kind of dark ending to the whole proceedings. But yeah, I enjoy it a lot. I think GSE are one of the more interesting aspects of 40k, and I have to admit, they make Tyranids so much cooler than they are without GSE. I think when Nids were just, big scary bugs that turn up and start smashing stuff up, that was all right. But the idea that they have this whole kind of, cult of just, sneaky geezers that go around causing all sorts of problems ahead of the invasion is just, it's a beautifully constructed piece of 40k lore. I think it definitely can't be overstated how cool GSE is conceptually, I think.
For sure. I mean, and I was thinking about this. We tend, whenever we do these codex reviews, to assume people know what the faction is already from a kind of lore background and what they do, what sort of thing they are. We never really explain that. So if you're completely brand new to 40k and you're listening along, wondering what the heck Genestealer cults are, I'm sorry we didn't explain it.
Well, indeed. But broadly speaking, they're a bunch of loonies who worship a god that they think is going to have them ascend to salvation, but it's actually the hive mind and the Tyranid forces, and effectively by worshipping said entity, they become a psychic beacon that leads the Tyranids towards them, and then ensures their demise. It's pretty fantastic, to be fair.
Yeah. The whole concept of the Genestealers coming to a planet, doing the Patriarchs, is it Genestealer Kiss? No, Genestealer Kiss, which like infects the humans with their like DNA, and then one of them will gestate and become a giant patriarch. This is one of the Genestealers, not one of the humans. And there's this whole cycle of generations of cultists, and there's different generations. So they become, I think they start off as being more humanoid, and then they get progressively more mutated as the generations go along, to look more Genestealery.
And that's where the pure strain Genestealer comes from, because it's not just a bioweapon that was created to perform a specific function during a Hive fleet invasion. It's actually a bred super soldier that's effectively, created over a series of generations, effectively, which is seemingly why the pure strain Genestealer is a more impressive Genestealer than the standard, version. Anyway, so the cults, right? So basically, there's a bunch of different cults, and they give you different abilities. In total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Is it 6?
6 cults. Pretty standard selection there. So, do you want to start, Phil, with the first of the cults and tell us what they're all about?
Yep, so we've got Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor. So their ability, their cult creed as it's called, is subterranean ambushes. So you can reroll the charge rolls for units made with this creed. Each time ranged attack is made against a unit with this creed, if the attacker is more than 12 inches away, the unit gains the benefit of light cover against the attack, which is pretty cool. Notice that this is back to bullet points, unlike the Custodians one, which was trait 1, trait 2, which completely confused and derailed us for quite a bit of time.
Us and probably many others, I would assume, as well. I can't imagine we were exclusive in our confusion of the way that they chose to lay out those.
Which is why I found this codex a lot easier to understand than that one, even though most people probably complain more about the GSC one. Anyway, you've got the Warlord trait of Inscrutable Cunning. Once per battle round, when you use a Genestealer cult strategic ploy stratagem or battle tactic stratagem, if that stratagem is used on the Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor unit within 12 inches of the Warlord, you can reduce the CP cost of the stratagem by 1 to a minimum of 0. Note that the CP cost is only reduced by 1 for that stratagem, basically not for future uses. You can only use this ability once on each stratagem. Then you've got a plan Generations in the Making, which is a stratagem for 0 CP. Use a stratagem after your opponent uses a stratagem excluding command reroll. Until the end of that battle, the CP cost of your opponent must pay to use that stratagem again is increased by 1. You can only use this stratagem once. I mean, 1, that's very cool. 2,
very cool.
It's great that it costs 0 CP.
I mean, it's Agents of Vect, if you remember that from the Blackheart Drakari. So it's the exact same stratagem as that.
Was theirs changed to 0 CP?
Yep, yeah, it was changed to 0 CP as well. Okay. So the Blackheart guys have access to that exact same play, as it were.
Oh, that's good. So they get a relic, which is Sword of the Four-Armed Emperor. It's a Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor model equipped with a Cult Bone Sword or Locust Blade. The relic replaces with the following. So it's a melee weapon. You get +1 strength, -4 AP, 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 4 additional attacks with this weapon, because obviously Four-Armed Emperor. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Pretty strong.
No, not bad. Not bad. And what was their psychic power?
No, that was their relic. So they've got the psychic power Undermine. So it's a malediction. It's a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select 1 enemy unit, excluding units that can fly, within 18 inches and visible to this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Subtract 3 from the move characteristic of models in that unit. Halve advance rolls for that unit and subtract 2 from charge rolls for that unit. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean, anything that reduces move or, charge ranges is pretty meaningful. And the fact that it also halves the advance rolls is, there's a lot of nice utility-based elements to that. I think, again, straight away, between the stratagem, the psychic power, the general creed is, again, we need to obviously look at what these other guys bring to the table, but re-rolling charge rolls are, always going to be important, doubly so in an army that is going to be wanting to, get involved in combat. And then the whole, having the benefits of light cover from more than 12 inches away is a pretty consistent, option for a number of armies. And it definitely has its uses. So, broadly speaking, I think it's a pretty good all-rounder to kick it off with, don't you?
Yeah, especially since you're coming in 8 inches away or just over 8. So you're not needing a 9 to charge. You're needing an 8 and then an 8 with a reroll.
In those instances, you're not allowed to charge, though, are you?
No, that's only if you come in from 6 inches away. By default, you can come in from
correct.
8 instead of 9.
Yes.
So 8 with a reroll, I don't know what percentage is, but I imagine that's a lot better.
Better.
Yeah, it's not probably quite... Well, it's probably maybe the equivalent of needing a 7, which is pretty much a 50-50 or over a 50-50. So, yeah, it's probably somewhere between 50 and 60%, which is pretty high for coming in on a charge.
Yeah.
So that is good.
Yeah. No, you can't fault that. The Hive Cult is the next one. Cult Creed, Disciplined Militants, Disciplined Militants. Units with this creed are eligible to shoot in a turn in which they fell back. But if they do so, then until the end of the turn, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. We already can suggest that being able to fall back and fall back and shoot is consistently pretty strong. So the fact that they are effectively given the ability of Ultramarines is no bad thing. And in addition, units with this creed can perform actions in a turn in which they fell back or advanced. While a unit with this creed is performing an action, that unit can shoot without that action failing.
Wow, really strong.
Whoa, that's very good. Like, the fact that you can fall back and shoot is mad. The fact that you can fall back, shoot, and do actions, I mean, holy moly, that's very strong.
Yeah, or advance onto an objective, do an action, and shoot still.
Assuming you have an assault weapon. You still need to be able to shoot under normal circumstances. This doesn't supersede any kind of existing weapon abilities.
Yeah, no, true. It just stops at the... Okay, so it's maybe not quite as good as I thought it would be, but you're right. It's... Yeah.
I mean, it's solid. I mean, it's a small step. You can't still advance and shoot a rapid-fire weapon or a heavy weapon.
No, but you can still do the action, which is quite key.
Yes, yeah. Look, I think that's, already... I'm pretty happy to say that's pretty strong, in my opinion. While friendly Hive Cult core units... Oh, sorry, this is the Warlord trait, by the way, and it's called Hive Lord, and it's an aura ability. And while friendly Hive Cult core units are within 6 of this Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Now, again, not necessarily the bestest thing ever, but pretty solid over the course of a game. If you can partner this up with a lot of Daka, even though you're probably going to be, moderately low strength and relatively poor AP, the more shots you're getting off, the better. So there's broadly some utility to that.
It's quite good for crossfire as well, because it's just going to allow like one unit to definitely get the hits in, even if you're not killing it, you're just doing it to put a crossfire marker on something. So I think that's quite good.
Indeed. No, very good point. You've got Volkor's Talisman, which is the relic. Hive Cult model only. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack on an unmodified wound roll of 5+, saving throws, including invulnerable saving throws, cannot be made against that attack. I mean, under the understanding that you're going to have some pretty decent hardware when it comes to, mucking people up in combat, the suggesting that a 5+ to wound results in no save or invuln save is pretty meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, it's like mini Bellical. I mean, I don't know how good the characters are in combat. I mean,
historically, they've had some strong options.
I mean, surely you could put this... I mean, it doesn't make sense, but you could put it on the Patriarch, right?
There's no restriction saying that you can't, yeah? So you could put it on the Patriarch. I think there's some other... quite specific kind of combat options that this might make sense on as well. But yeah, obviously Patriarch's the potential option. Pretty solid. They've got a 1 CP stratagem called Fire Discipline. It is a battle tactic stratagem for anyone who is curious. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a Hive Cult core crossfire unit from your army is selected to shoot. Select one enemy unit without a crossfire marker that enemy unit gains a crossfire marker before any attacks are resolved against it. Until the end of the phase, models in that crossfire unit can only target that enemy unit. So effectively, you go, cool, I'm going to shoot you and put a crossfire marker on you, but I can only shoot you because obviously you could have done some shenanigans where you go, one model in this unit is going to shoot you with crossfire, the rest of them are going to shoot at something else, which would have been really handy from a crossfire perspective because you might have been able to split things in a way that could have, been hugely beneficial. But now you have to basically focus fire on the thing that you're going to put a crossfire token on. So effectively, it's a unit that might not otherwise just put a crossfire marker on because maybe there's not enough models or whatever, or it's a unit that are going to be benefiting from crossfire straight away. Yeah. So you're going to want to have that +1 to hit, and you want to have that +1 to wound.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It basically also gives you the bonuses of crossfire when you're shooting at that unit. I mean, that is something you're going to do, in my mind, every single turn. Like, that's really
yes,
strong.
Certainly. Yeah. I mean, these guys are looking pretty reasonable so far. And then Psychic Power is Synaptic Blast. It's a Witchfire power, has a Warp Charge value of 5, which is, not too bad. And if you manifest it, roll 1d6, adding 2 to the result for each friendly Hive Cult core unit within 6 of the Psyker. Blimey. So you basically roll 1d6 and you add 2. If the result is less than the movement characteristics of the closest enemy unit within 18 and visible to this Psyker, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the result is equal to or greater than the movement characteristic of the closest enemy unit within 18 and visible to this Psyker, that unit just suffers 3 mortal wounds. Blimey, not bad.
I mean, that seems pretty good. You're basically just also doing some mortal wounds. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you still need a 5, which is equivalent to the first smite of the day. And rather than being able to, get as much as a D6 out of it with some, core units around you, it's highly likely that you're going to find yourself in a situation where you're going to consistently be doing 3 mortal wounds. And Warp Charge 5 is pretty easy to get off. So, yeah.
So basically, on average, against a movement 6, you need a 4 or more if you've got the core units within 6 inches of the Psycho. So basically, you can really realistically only do it with a friendly unit nearby to pull it off.
Well, it depends what you're shooting it at, isn't it? I mean,
Terminators,
movement 5. Yeah, Terminators. But even if you don't do the movement, you get lesser. You still do D3, which is still pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
It's not too punishing. It's just like so you could take Smite in this and do, potentially upwards of, I mean, you could do as many as 9 mortal wounds if you had a lucky series of rolls.
Cool, blimey.
Exactly. Not bad. So yeah, overall, I quite like these guys. I think they're a pretty solid option. They're fullback and shoot and do actions while advancing, fullbacking or shooting. Ugh. I mean, that's a lot of gear to put on one cult thing. It's strong.
And I think the stratagem is crazy good as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely. I mean, again, I think the plan, years in the making or whatever it is, for the 4-armored Emperor is pretty solid. But with the way this army functions, being able to guarantee those crossfire markers is, not without its merits. So, all credit where credit's due. I think we're off to a good start with 2 pretty solid options. Tell us about the next one, Phil.
So the Bladed Cog, their cult creed is cyberguised hybrids. So models with this creed have a 6+ invulnerable save. Each time a unit with this creed is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 wound roll when resolving that unit's attacks. Pretty good. Add 3 inches to the range characteristic of ranged weapons that models with this creed are equipped with, excluding grenades and cache of demolition charges. Pretty good. Warlord trait is single-minded obsession. It's an aura ability. Before the battle, select 1 enemy unit from your opponent's army, while a friendly Bladed Cog core unit is within 6 inches of this warlord. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack against the enemy unit, you can reroll the wound roll. Cool. I mean,
not bad.
You can get 1 reroll wound roll anyway as your native ability, but rerolling all of them, pretty good. Your relic is the Mark of a Clawed Omnisire. bladed cog model only, gives you the bearer a 4+ invulnerable save, and at the start of each fight phase, roll a d6 for each enemy unit within engagement range. On a 2 to 3, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. 4 to 5, 2 mortal wounds. On a 6, 3 mortal wounds. Pretty cool.
Yeah, all right, not bad.
Xenoform Bionics, 1 CP or 2 CP. Use a stratagem before the battle. When you are mustering your army, select 1 bladed cog infantry or biker unit from your army. Models get a 5+ invulnerable save. If it's a power rating of 6 or less, it costs 1. Otherwise, it costs 2 CP.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Psychic power is Brood Volt Surge. It's an aura ability. Has a warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select until the start of your next psychic phase, while a friendly bladed cog unit is within 3 inches of this psyker. Each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to a model in that unit, add 1 to any armor saving throws made against that attack. So damage characteristic 1, add 1 to your save. Got to be a unit within 3 inches of your psyker.
It's an interesting set of abilities, right? Because it just seems more obsessed with durability, I suppose.
Well, yeah, so invuln saves for your army, whether that's 6+ natively, your character can have a 4+, you can give 1 unit 5+ invuln. So it's all stacking, so it's not giving you lots of different abilities. It's giving you basically 2 abilities and making them better. So your invuln gets better, you can reroll 1 wound roll when you shoot, but your aura ability makes you reroll all wounds, which is actually really powerful. That one. It's a bit. Yeah, it's interesting. It's probably not got the benefits are really good. Maybe that's why you're not getting a bunch of other stuff. It's just making those things better because those things are actually really strong. Like invuln saves really good, especially that that works on your vehicles as well. And then getting to reroll wound rolls always really strong as well.
Yeah, I mean the vibe with these guys is they're kind of like cult mechanicus orientated, right? Like that's the whole kind of bladed cog ideology around them. So I suppose it doesn't necessarily not make sense that they would have that kind of enhanced durability and other options in that regard. So I don't know. I mean, it's not one that immediately jumps off the page at me, but I'm sure there's some reason why someone out there will tell me that it's the best thing ever. But I'm not certain myself at this point.
Yeah, it seems okay. Not as good as the first 2, but not bad either.
No, totally. The Rusted Claw, on the other hand, has a cult creed of nomadic survivalists. So I guess in this instance, they are individuals that are out there on more kind of, more kind of feudally sort of lesser developed places.
It says they're grim. It says they're grim nihilists, so they're right up your street.
Oh well, there you go. As a grim nihilist myself, I do enjoy. The idea of running this sort of force. Anyway, so nomadic survivalists. Each time an attack is allocated to a model with this creed, if that attack has an armor penetration characteristic of -1 or -2, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is worsened by 1. So I am to assume that worsened would imply that it is to my benefit, but not my opponent's.
Yeah.
So
-1 becomes 0, -2 becomes -1.
Well, there we go. Although interestingly, this is one of those weird instances where they've not pointed out to a minimum of 1 or 0.
It's because -1 becomes 0. Like they've deliberately done it so each one goes down by 1 because the -2 doesn't become 0.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What if it could become -3, Phil, somehow?
Well, yeah. They do specifically say -1 or -2. If they said under -2 or under, you could go, well, there's no AP, therefore it becomes +1.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Gain a save.
Yeah.
But they've been very clever in how they've worded it to not let that happen.
I'm just, again, though, worsened. Again, there's an argument. Who is the one being worsened?
Well, I think we know, Dan.
I think we know too. I'm just saying. Anyway, each time a unit with this creed makes a normal move or advances in your move phase until the end of your shooting phase, it counts as having remained stationary. It's pretty good.
Could be wind strong.
Warlord trait is entropic touch. The old entropic touch. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 2 additional hits, so that is 3 hits in total. And improve the armor penetration characteristics of melee weapons this warlord is equipped with by 1, excluding relics. So any melee weapons they are equipped with have 1 better AP. The relic is the Nomad's Mantle. It is a rusted claw model only. The bearer is eligible to shoot, charge, and manifest psychic powers in a turn in which it advanced or fell back. So there you go. So you can shoot, charge, or manifest psychic powers in a turn in which you advance and fell back. You can manifest psychic powers when you advance, but you can't do so when you fall back.
Yeah.
There's always a little detail that a lot of people overlook.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, so, but in other instances, sort of is what it is. Each time the bearer makes a normal move, advances, falls back, or it makes a charge move until the move is finished, it can move horizontally through models and terrain features. It cannot finish a move on top of another model or its base. So basically, you can just ignore everything and phase shift through it. So you're like a little Democarian. It's pretty reasonable, isn't it?
That is very cool indeed.
Yeah. Stratagem-wise, you've got a battle tactic stratagem for 1 CP. Drive by demolitions. I mean, that already sounds pretty mad. Use the stratagem in your movement phase after a Rusted Claw Atalan unit from your army makes a normal move, advances, or falls back. 1 model in that unit can shoot with a grenade weapon it is equipped with as if it were the shooting phase, if it does so. When selecting a target for that attack, enemy units that the Rusted Claw Atlan unit move within 6 of in this phase are eligible targets, even if they are not visible to or in range of the model that has been selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, do not roll to determine the number of attacks made with the weapon. Instead, the maximum number of attacks are made with that weapon. E.g., 6 attacks are made with a grenade D6 weapon. Here's a question, Phil. If I do this in the movement phase, as it is stated that I can, I make a grenade attack as if it were the shooting phase. Does the Rusted Claw Atlan have crossfire? And would doing so successfully 5 times result in a crossfire token being put on the target?
I believe it does have crossfire. However, I need to just check the crossfire rules. I thought they go at the end of the phase.
Yeah, I was curious whether it was the end of phase or end of player turn. So.
Although I'm not sure.
So the Atlan Jackals are the people on bikes, and then there are no other forms of Atlan, so it's just the bikers.
And then, crossfire markers are removed at the end of the turn.
There you go. So you can potentially fall out of combat, grenade a unit, and in doing so, if you are successful anyway, scoring 5 hits. Or are these grenades more than 1 damage? It's a question I need to ask myself there as well. Back to the page. I mean, they've got blasting charges, which are damage 1. They've got, here we go, demolition charge, damage 2. So you only actually need to hit with 1 of these.
That's pretty good.
So there you go. So you fall back, chuck your demo charge, you get your 6 shots, get 1 hit off, you got yourself a nice little crossfire token going on.
Yeah, because what unit's that from? The Jackals?
Yeah, the Jackals, yeah. That's the only keyword Atlan thing I can see. Although noting, Phil...
Didn't they have that little buggy? Isn't that somewhere?
Is that keyword Atlan, is it?
I would have thought so. But is that just part of the Atlan units?
So there's Atlan Jackal... hang on. No, I see no other mention of the Atlan keyword. That
So
I
it
can
says
see.
if a unit contains 7 Atlan Jackal models, it can contain up to 2 Atlan Wolf Quad models. So they must be the little quad bikes.
Oh yes, yeah, there are those.
So they're part of the Atlan Jackal squad.
Correct. Yeah, they're part of the Jackal squad. I suppose there is the character, the Jackal Alphas, which is an Atlan. So I suppose if it's the Jackal Alphas, they can also do it, and they also have blasting charges, which is grenade D3 rather than D6, and they're only damage 1. So Jackal Alphas with a blasting charge is not going to be as efficient as this. So it's pretty interesting, I suppose. You can hoof up the bike squad and then do an advance with them in the movement phase, lob a grenade 6 odd times, and do some pretty chunky damage as well. I mean, it's not to be understated the amount of damage that will actually output, because it's damage too. So yeah, you could probably put some decent holes in your opponent while also putting a crossfire marker on them to finish them off in your then shooting phase.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's all right. Not too shabby. Lastly, psychic power in inescapable decay. Inescapable decay. There we go. I found the words. Speak it out in your head. Break it down. Malediction has a warp charge value of 6 if manifested, so that one enemy unit within 18 invisible to the psychic until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a friendly rusted claw model makes an attack against that enemy unit, improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1. There you go. Not too shabby. I mean, obviously requires you to take very specific units in order to get the most out of the utility that they offer. But broadly speaking, I think there's some interesting stuff that you could potentially do with it. I don't think it's going to be as strong as the other options, but if you really like those jackals, there could be some interesting options in there for sure.
Yeah, I think so. The next one is the Pauper's Prince, or the Pauper Princes. There's plural princes. So their creed cult is devoted zealots. Each time a model with this creed makes a melee attack, if that model's unit made a charge move, was charged or performed a heroic intervention that turn, add 1 to the attack's hit rolls. And then each time a combat attrition test is taken for the unit with this creed, you can ignore any or all modifiers. It's Krieg. But with an extra ability as well. How lovely. Their warlord trait is Xenoprophet. Each time you take an unquestioning loyalty test, after a saving throw made for this warlord is failed, do not roll the dice, it is automatically passed. So basically you're always looking out, sir, in the old school sense. Each time a saving throw is made for this warlord is failed for the purposes of the unquestioning loyalty ability, you can select one other friendly Pauper Princes or Brood Brothers model with that ability within 6 inches of your warlord instead of 3 inches. Okay, so you're just increasing the range in which you can do that ability. And then while a friendly Pauper's Prince core unit within 6 inches of this warlord, models in that unit can use this model's leadership characteristic instead of their own. Pretty good. So it makes them quite survivable and giving them a nice leadership buff as well.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. I'd say that's certainly not a bad thing.
Yeah. The relic is the Reliquary of Saint Tendark. I'm going with.
Oh, Tendark.
Pauper's Prince
Darmak
model
at Jalad.
Yes. The bearer has the following aura ability. While the friendly Pauper Prince's core unit is within 6 inches of the bearer, models in that unit have a 5-up invuln save. That's very nice.
Timber with his arms wide open.
His forearms.
Yes.
Stratagem, Vengeance for the Martyred, 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. Use a stratagem when a Pauper's Prince's character model from your army is destroyed by an enemy unit. Until the end of a battle, each time a friendly Pauper's Prince's model makes a melee attack that targets that enemy unit, add 1 to the attack's wounds roll. Yeah, it's okay. It's a bit niche, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
The psychic power is Last Gasp. It's a blessing, warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select one friendly Pauper's Prince's core unit within 18 inches and visible to the Psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in that unit is destroyed by a melee attack, roll a d6, On a 5+, after the attacking model's unit has finished making its attacks, it suffers 1 mortal wound. A unit can suffer a maximum of 5 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this psychic power. Well, that's cool. So it's capped at 5 mortal wounds, but per phase, and it lasts until your next psychic phase. So if you had a big unit of, say, 20, if that was possible, and you lost 5 from shooting. Oh, no, it actually... No, forget me. It's only the close combat phase, but it's your close combat and your opponent's close combat phase that it would work in. So you could potentially do up to 10 mortal wounds if you lose 10 models. Yes. And you roll a 5 up for each one. So probably not going to happen, but the possibility.
I mean, it's a push, right? But I mean, it could happen, and if it did, lovely stuff.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems okay. It's mostly about sort of like defensive stuff for your leader, and yeah, there's some like, you know, bonuses to charging. There's a lot of like leadership buffs. Yeah, I mean, it seems okay, but not great.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't think I'd be falling over myself to take that one. The last one is the Twisted Helix. Quite like the little image of the Nid Helix there. It's quite nice. Cold Creed, experimental subjects. Add 1 to the strength characteristics of models with this creed. Add 1 to the move characteristics of models with this creed. Each time an attack is made against a unit with this creed, an unmodified wound roll of 1 and 2 fails, irrespective of any ability that the weapon or the attacker may have.
I love it already.
I mean, I love the fact that they point out that a wound roll of a 1 always fails. It's like, well, yeah.
Well, they always say that, but I mean,
I know.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big, like on every unit.
I mean, it depends, doesn't it? Right, because you get the vibe just by looking at the artwork that's associated with this, that they're kind of leaning into the idea that this is the aberrant one, and I think aberrants are what, like toughness 5.
Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, toughness 5. So what's the circumstances where you're wounding them on 2s when you're shooting them with strength 10? It's like, yeah, all right.
Titans. Yeah.
Yes. So in the rare instances that they're, well, not rare instances, I suppose, against Imperial Knights specifically, but against Titans, I mean, jeebus.
Or,
but anyway.
Surely there's some Space Marine character. Mr. Fisto from the Imperial Fist, Torgadon ×3 Power Fist. Just a general captain with a thunder hammer or power fist, and has an ability that gives him
with a thunder hammer is strength 9 at most.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay, I'm listening.
And they have a psychic power or a relic that gives them a plus their strength, which would make it up to strength 10.
I would make it strength 9.
Can you not get +2 strength on somehow? Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a Blood Angel with +1 to your wound roll.
Exactly. Blood Angels, there we go.
There we go. So in that instance, where the old Smash Captain of 8th edition turns up, you're well equipped.
But I mean, your regular infantry, they've got to be toughness 3, so
that's true.
Strength 6 and above is going to ignore those 2s, which is quite cool.
And I mean, the Craftworld's around the corner, and those things are going to be loaded to the 9s with strength 6 stuff. So, yeah. Warlord trait, Bioalchemist, add 1 to the damage characteristic of melee weapons this Warlord is equipped with, excluding relics. It's pretty good. Adding 1 to damage is pretty meaningful. So, yeah, pretty good. The relic is the Elixir of the Prime Specimen. Twisted Helix models only. Select 1 geonometic enhancement. Geonomic. We're going with. Okay, cool. I like that. That works for me. Select 1 geonomic enhancement for the bearer to gain. See geonomic enhancement ability, page 102. Even though it is not a core or aberrant unit, if your army includes a biophagus unit, you can instead select 2 geonomic enhancements for the bearer to gain. Okay, there we go. 1 CP strategic ploy strat of monstrous bio horrors. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when the Twisted Helix Aberrant or Twisted Helix Abomination unit from your army is selected to fight until the end of the turn. Each enemy model destroyed by an attack made by a model in that unit counts as 2 for the purposes of morale tests. Ooh. Each time a model in that unit fights, it can frenzy. If it does so until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the attacks model. Add 1 to the model's attacks characteristic and change the damage characteristic of melee weapons it is equipped with to 1. Okay, fine. So basically, you get loads of attacks or a load of extra attacks, but you are being reduced in damage. I like the notion that each time model in that unit can fight, you get the option to be put in frenzy. So actually, no, that makes sense because obviously there's a debuff that reduces your damage to 1. So I suppose you are going to want to make the option.
Yeah, because your tail is damage 1, but your improvised weapon is damage 2, and your power weapon is damage 3. So quite often, I guess if you're against a lot of damage 1 units, like you're stuck into chaff units, then that's when you want to do it.
And then last is the psychic power of mutagenic deviation. Blessing mutagenic deviation has a warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select 1 friendly twisted helix unit within 12 of and visible to the psyker till the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Yeah, I like that. I always like auto wounding. It's pretty reasonable, I would say.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Yeah, no, there we go. So yeah, of all of the main cults that you could pick between, I would probably suggest that I would be going for, on balance, I think I'd probably be going Hive Cult. What do you reckon, Phil?
Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor seemed pretty good. Hive Cult seemed pretty good. Honestly, Twisted Helix with, some inbuilt, like, +1 strength, +1 move, and, super mini transhuman on a 1 and 2. I mean, they all seem pretty good overall. The other side, I mean, I think so. The relic allows you to do some upgrades, which we'll get to shortly. It seems like you can apply an upgrade to a unit that can't normally have that particular upgrade. But we'll get to that shortly. Yeah, that one seems okay, but not fantastic.
Lovely stuff. So in addition, if 6 cults were not enough, you have a bunch of myriad cults that I guess, are we going to get into, or are we just going to tell you they exist and they do stuff?
Well, it's got a really cool mechanic that I want to talk about. So,
let's talk about it then.
This is your myriad cult. Basically, you can take as many as you want up to the value of 4, which is your cult value. So some of them, so Splinter Cult has a value of 4, which is in effect like Successor Chapter Tactics, like where you just take a previous one. So with that one, basically you choose a cult creed that already exists and you get that. And it's very cleverly worded where it talks about how characters gain the cult creed and all associated warlord traits, and you replace everything where it's mentioned. But they also do things which I don't think happens with Space Marines, for example. So unless the only units with this myriad cult are part of the auxiliary support, super heavy auxiliary, and or fortification network, you will gain access to the cult stratagems associated with the cults you selected. So basically what this is saying is it stops you from just taking an auxiliary detachment of like 1 or 2 units to gain access to all of that cult stratagems. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something very similar happen to all codexes going forwards, because it's a nice way of stopping you from just gaining some extra stratagems that you wouldn't normally be able to get. And they do a similar thing for psychic powers, basically. So basically, fortifications, auxiliary support, super heavy auxiliary don't allow you to give psychic powers. So that's the only one that's worth 4 points. There's a couple that's worth 3 points. There's a couple that's worth 2, and there's a bunch that's worth 1. So in theory, you could take 4 abilities to create your ability. And I think the 4 ones are actually quite... Sorry, the ones that are worth 1 that allow you to take 4 are actually quite good. So I'll just read them out super quick. So accustomed to toil. Each time an attack is made with this unit, an unmodified wound roll of 1 or 2 fails. So the super mini transhuman that we just talked about. industrial affinity. Each time a model with its creed makes an attack with an industrial weapon, you can ignore any and all hit roll, ballistic skill, and weapon skill modifiers. Alien Fury, you can, when you pile in, models can move an additional 1 inch. War Convoy, each time a vehicle or biker with this creed would lose a wound on a d6 roll of a 6, that wound's not lost. Synaptic Resonance, each time a psychic test is taken, you can reroll any and all dice rolls of 1 or 2. I think that's quite strong. Cold-Eyed Killers, each time a model with this creed makes a melee attack on an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the AP characteristic of that attack by 1. So of those 5, you could potentially take 4 of them. I think that's quite a cool, relatively strong combo. Obviously, by doing so, you're not getting an extra stratagem, an extra warlord trait, or an extra relic, but you get these instead.
No, you could definitely build in some interesting, builds with this level of flexibility. And I do actually quite like the whole point stipulation around the idea of you have up to a value's worth, and that carries a cost. So yeah, I think that's a pretty interesting way of approaching it.
It's a cool mechanic.
Sure.
I sort of hope more codexes do that going forwards, because I think they're sort of finally realizing here that actually some abilities are worth more in the game than other abilities. And obviously they haven't really done it for the actual cults themselves. They've tried to assume that they're all relatively balanced, but inherently they kind of never will be. Whereas at least when you're customizing your own, being able to pick from 1 or 2 really good ones versus 3 or 4 okay ones, I think that's like a cool concept and gives you lots more customization options to tailor your army.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting twist on the established format. Again, it was interesting that they didn't chuck that in as an option for Custodes, but I get that, again, it's a very different army with a very more sort of fixed methodology of being played. So yeah, I'm fine. And also they've got the Sisters of Silence synergies that kind of add a different kind of elements of things.
I guess it's worth saying, like, the sort of main downside of this is, yes, you can take Brood Brothers and Astra Minotaurum, but they're a bit like Sisters of Silence, who say they're sort of locked in and they can't change. They get no customization options. You can't if you just had a Brood Brother army, you can't really customize it in any way to fit your play style. Whereas a bit like with Custodes, that's what this codex is about. That's what the Custodes Codex is really about. Sisters of Silence and Brood Brothers, not to say they're an afterthought, but they're not the main focus of the book.
No, absolutely not. And that makes sense, right? So we've got, how many pages of stratagems we've got in here? Just the standard 4 stratagems, Phil. So as is customary, we're just going to rattle our way through a selection of them and talk about what we think. So we'll start with, there's a lot of brown on this. Or did we agree that this is supposed to be gold?
I think in the Custodes one I said gold, but here it does look more brown.
Exactly. It's a more rich, umbery brown. It's not quite the baby poo brown of the Custodes book, so it's a different vibe altogether. So there's quite a lot of brown. So I guess we'll do, 2 each of the brown?
Yeah, are we not starting off with the purple ones, the battle tactics? Or have you not realised that there's 2 different colours?
Oh my god, have I gone colourblind?
So the first page is all the purple mauvey colour.
Are those?
Devoted Crew is the first of the brown goldy colours, which is the Epic Deed ones, which makes me think that's why it should be gold, because it's epic deed.
Yeah, I can see the difference, but it's not obvious.
Yes, it's not as stark contrast as the other colours, to be fair.
Oh, well, there we go. Anyway, yeah, sure. No, so in which case, we'll just do 1 of each of everything.
Brilliant.
There we go. Made it easy. Go on then, mate. You pick the first one.
I'm going to go for what I always have. Monstrous Vigour. It's 1 or 2 CP. It's a battle tactic.
Methodology, or... Yeah, it's a set of rules you live your life by.
Yes, exactly. Use this stratagem in any phase when an aberrant or abominant, probably not said that correctly, unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack. Until the end of that phase, each time an attack is made against that unit, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 for that attack fails, irrespective of any other abilities. If a unit contains 5 or fewer models, it costs 1 CP, otherwise it costs 2. So big old transhuman for your aberrants.
Nice, yeah, not bad. Kind of makes you wonder why you wouldn't want to have taken the whole 1 and 2 variant from the cult, but I suppose obviously that doesn't cost you 1 or 2 CP, so it makes sense. I'm going to go with massed firearms because, I mean, who doesn't love a mass of firearms? It's a 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a Genestealer cult crossfire unit from your army that contains 6 or more models is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, if all the models in that unit target one enemy unit that has a crossfire marker, see page 89, and a modified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. It's pretty reasonable. That right there, it's actually pretty decent.
Well, as we know from the AdMech stratagem, automatically wounding on a hit roll is good.
Well, on a 6, it's not necessarily as good as it was for the Mechanicus, which started at 4+ and then got
5.
Debuffed to 5+. But obviously, for those who are familiar with the Death Watch Army of Renown, those guys have auto wounds on any hits as long as they are a kill team, which is bananas. But yeah, even doing it on 6s is still pretty meaningful. You can definitely take some chunks out of things. So yeah, no, good to see. An epic deed, Phil?
Exactly. On to the browns/golds. I'm going with Legendary Demise. So use a stratagem in any phase when a Kellamorph model from your army is destroyed by an enemy model. Do not remove that Kellamorph model from play. It can, after the attacking model's unit has finished making its attack, shoot as if it was a shooting phase. After resolving these attacks, the destroyed Kellamorph model is then removed. So it's cool. He gets to go down in a blaze of glory, whip out all of his many pistols, knock off a bunch of shots. And that's 2 CP.
Nice.
I like it.
Yeah, no, pretty cool. We have, let's go with Rigged to Blow, just like me, Phil. It's an epic deed stratagem that costs 1 CP. Use the stratagem in any phase when a Genestealer cult's vehicle model from your army is equipped with a cache of demolition charges is destroyed. Do not roll to see if that model explodes. It does so automatically. That is actually super big. Big. Again, if I just quickly dash forwards to a selection of vehicles here that could be rigged with demo charges.
It's just for 2 at the end, I think.
Is it just the 2 at the end? Is it?
So
the
Rock
Goliath
Grinder.
truck? Is it then the Goliath? Oh yeah, here we go. Well, it's just got explodes, and then explodes and explodes.
It's got.
So what's the context of this being rigged with demo charge? Or do you just have to have
the
demo
model's
charge?
equipped with 1 cache of demo charges, which is
Gotcha.
range 6, assault D6, strength 8, -3, 2 damage, blast. Only eligible to shoot while a friendly unit is embarked within it, basically.
Fine. So you just don't roll to see if you explode. You just do it automatically. But essentially, yeah, it's a 6-inch explosion that does D3.
So it's got nothing to do with the actual demo charges. Option.
No.
Okay.
But it seemingly is a stipulation. It's interesting, actually, as a stratagem, because typically they attempt to attribute that kind of stuff to keyword-specific things. But in this instance, Rigged to Blow states, use the stratagem in a phase when a Genestealer cult vehicle model from your army equipped with cache of demolition charges is destroyed. So again, it's a really interesting thing, because typically they would have maybe put a keyword in to signify that this is a means of triggering this. But
the reason why I think is so the Rock Grinder can be equipped with it. So obviously you presume you pay points for it. You can't then, I think they have done in the past where it could then say add this keywords to it, but you can't just have it natively on the keyword section in the datasheet if it's a wargit option that you've got to add on.
Yeah. Anyway, regardless, I mean, being able to automatically blow something up is pretty meaningful. Certainly, if you will approach the game with a level of reckless abandon, chuck in one of these to your enemy backlines every turn.
Yes,
and watch it go boom.
It's 5 points for the cachet.
Okay, but it still has output the rest of the time. So yeah. That was a build that the Orc Flyers had for a time in the Psychic Awakening. They had all of these like kamikaze strats and things that made them quite hilarious.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I mean, red is just get another relic and get another warlord. So I'm going to.
But the warlord trait one is interesting.
Okay.
It's basically if your warlord is the patriarch, that's the only time you can actually do this. It says select up to 2 other cult models with the HQ Battlefield role from your army and determine 1 warlord trait for each of them. They've obviously got to be unique. So there's that weird stipulation, but you get two characters rather than 1, which is quite cool.
Yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable.
And the relic one seems like it's a normal get some relics.
Get some extra relics. Everyone loves being handed out relics. So let's move on to the greens, the strategic ploys. What are you going to pick, Phil?
Everyone loves a booby trap, so I'm going for that.
Ooh, indeed.
This is strategic ploy, 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the end of your turn. Select 1 objective marker you control that has the Reductus Saboteur or Genestealer Cult's core unit from your army within range of it. The next time an enemy unit, excluding aircraft, ends any kind of move within range of that objective marker, roll 1d6. On a 2 to 4, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, they suffer 3 mortal wounds. You can only select each objective marker for this stratagem once. That's very cool. I feel like that was maybe previewed in the Warhammer community article. It feels a bit familiar. I was trying to think of anything else that does something similar. I think maybe is it Infiltrators or Incursors from Space Marines that has you put a marker down, and when they come within range of it, you do mortal wounds. So I could be thinking.
Yeah, they've got their haywire mines or whatever they're called.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that one's really cool.
We've got coordinated assault for 1 CP. It is a strategic ploy stratagem. Use this stratagem at the start of the fight phase. Select 1 enemy unit that has a crossfire marker and is within engagement range of any Genestealer Cult unit from your army. Till the end of that phase, that enemy unit is not eligible to fight until after all eligible units from your army have done so. Fighting last is strong and definitely beneficial to the GSC. So being able to synergize with the crossfire ability to then pay 1 CP and have that unit not be able to fight you until all other units have done so is pretty important. So yeah, very strong. Not especially interesting, but strong. We've got 3 grey options, Phil. Which one are you going to go with?
I'm going to go for the first one, Neural Overload. It's 1 CP War Gear stratagem. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase or the fight phase after making an attack with a Sanctus model from your army. If an enemy model loses any wounds as a result of that attack, but was not destroyed, roll 3d6. If the result is greater than the enemy's model's leadership characteristic, statistically should do. I mean, even if you're Custodes, probably. Until the start of your next shooting phase, that enemy model loses any aura abilities it has. If that enemy model is a Psyker, its unit suffers perils of the warp. That is really cool.
Ooh.
Each enemy unit can only be affected by this stratagem once. I like it. Yeah.
Keeping on the explosive theme, I'm going to go with Primed Explosives. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase for 1 CP. When a Genestealer Cult model from your army shoots with a grenade weapon or cachet of demolition charges. Until the end of the phase, do not roll to determine the number of attacks made with that weapon. Instead, the maximum number of attacks are made with that weapon. E.g., 6 attacks are made with a assault D6 weapon. Nice. Extra explosive-y. EVV.
That's just what you want after you've had a curry.
Exactly. Indeed. Or exactly what you don't want, depending on the perspective of the situation. Well, there we go. I mean, look, stratagem-wise, obviously, there's a lot more to get into than we've really talked about. Again, I think, one of the things that we do as a podcast, not necessarily consistently cover when it comes to these overviews of these codexes, are those synergies and those sorts of things that you're kind of looking for when it comes to building out army strategies. But I think, broadly speaking, it's quite clear that they've been really mindful about what they're trying to go for with this and produce stratagems that really kind of exemplify that, chaotic, not covert as such, but that kind of uprising aspect of it. It's all things which amplify the explosive and or, shock assault aspects of this army. So, yeah, I mean, again, having only really had a chance to read through the ones that we just went through there, I think there's some promising opportunities there already. And I imagine there are some pretty solid combos in there. Anything leaping off the page at you, Phil?
Oh, I'm trying to think. There was one that I actually saw. I'm trying to see if I can find it. No, I can't find it. Tunnel Crawlers is a similar one, but there was... Trying to see. There was one that was really cool because I looked at it and was like, oh, this is something Krieg should be able to do. And I don't know, maybe if it's somewhere else.
One day down the line, mate, they'll give you something worth
But it was basically I'm pretty sure it's like when you have a unit come out of from the underground, you get sector terrain feature. That terrain feature loses basically all its abilities except obscuring. It's because you basically sapped the and blown up the terrain feature, so it loses its like dense, light cover, hard cover, defensible.
That's cool.
Doesn't lose obscuring, but it loses everything else. And I was like, well, that's actually really strong. I thought it was a stratagem when I read it. I can't quickly see one here, so it might be somewhere else in the book.
That's fair enough, mate. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting mechanic. So, in addition to everything else we've just been talking about, we've still got relics, and we've still got warlord traits, and we've still got psychic disciplines.
We've also got proficient planning as well.
Yes, that was what I was about to get to.
Oh, it's here. It's called Excavate. That was it. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. It's here.
There you go. So yeah, obviously the exploding thing is super cool, but as is often the way with modern codexes, take a character, make it a bit better. But what's the unique flavor? What's the unique vibe with this one, Phil?
Well, this isn't making a character better. It's making your It's making your units better. So proficient planning.
Oh,
again,
I assumed wrongly.
The usual stipulations. Everything's got to be in the same detachment, have the same cult type, and what have you. But anything with Genestealer cults can have it. There's a bunch of them. They all have different points values ranging from 10 to 20 points. And each one has a different stipulation on who can gain it. Obviously, only one unit can gain one upgrade, and you can only give that upgrade once.
Fancy.
So, should we go through a few of them?
Why ever not? Let's hear about the various upgrades. So there are, what is there now? You've got Lying in Wait, Exacting Planner, Alchemist Supreme, a Trap Sprung, a Perfect Ambush, From Every Angle, Meditations in Shadow, or is that Mediation? No, Meditations.
Meditations, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't trust myself on that one. Excavate, They Came From Below, and Our Time Is Nigh.
So that's 10 in total.
Yeah, there are two that are 20 points, Phil. That is Excavate and Lying in Wait. So I feel like we should probably start with those because those are, by Games Workshop's impressions, the bestest ones.
Yeah, so Lying in Wait, infantry unit only. When this unit is set up on the battlefield as a reinforcement, as being set up underground, it can lie in wait. If it does so, set this unit up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 3 inches away from the enemy unit. Until the end of that turn, this unit is not eligible to create a charge with it. So that's the one I mentioned ages ago, that there was an ability where you could set up 3 inches away, not 8 inches, which is the default, or 6 inches and not charging. So that's hard again. So this one I feel is specifically for stuff where you do have lots of grenades that you want to use, because that's really the only benefit I can think in terms of short range weapons or maybe pistol. But yeah, that one's pretty good.
There we go. And then excavate before the battle. If this unit is set up underground, see page 88, it can excavate. If it does so in the resolve pre-battle ability step of the mission sequence. Is there a resolve pre-battle ability step nowadays?
I guess
there must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That just, just make it up as you go along, I guess. Select one terrain feature on the battlefield. You cannot select a fortification. That terrain feature loses the defensible, heavy cover, light cover, and inspiring traits, and gains the difficult ground trait. So that's what you were talking about. Basically, You're not blowing it up, you're digging it up.
Yeah, it's so good as well. Like, there's no limitations as to where it goes. It happens at the beginning of the game. Now, most people will be like, oh, but, you only use terrain for the obscuring keyword. It's like, well, you can really do over your opponent by taking away the actual cover of that ability, but also turning it to difficult ground. So it's a -2 just to go over it. So if there's a piece either on an objective, near an objective, in aura range of an objective, or in the way of an objective, you can use this, and it means when they're on it, they're not getting a cover save, and to get to an objective, they're doing -2 movement to get through it. I think that one's quite powerful. I can see why it's 20 points.
Well, look, I mean, within the context of competitive 40k, there is always a massive ruin in your enemy's deployment zone and your deployment zone, because they prioritize, the mirrored deployment zones. But there is almost always a big, obvious piece of terrain that you're going to want to strip this off of, or even, kind of mid-table terrain features that, are going to be instrumental to the overall sort of strategy of your opponent. So the ability to take away cover saves and all the other things that were mentioned, it's pretty meaningful. So, no, I can see why that's 20 points. I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That is going to cause some headaches to some people for sure. There's a bunch of them that are 15. Exacting Planner is the first of them, so you may as well read that one, Phil. Not that I'm meaning to tell you what to do. Feel free to choose another if you prefer, but it is the next one along.
Okay, well, I'll do that one. Exacting Planner, Primus model only once per battle in your command phase. This model can use this ability. If it does so, until the end of that phase, this model can use its Meticulous Planner ability one additional time. Each time this model uses the Meticulous Planner ability, you can select one friendly cult unit within 9 inches of this model for that ability instead of a cult core unit. So it allows you to apply it to more models, which is pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, not bad. Out of left field, I'm going to do one of the cheapy ones, the 10 pointers. Let's go with They Came From Below. Non-vehicle units only. If this unit is set up in ambush, see page 88, when revealing ambush markers, you can do one of the following. Remove one ambush marker from the battlefield and set up this unit underground instead. Ooh, pretty fancy stuff. After setting up this unit from ambush marker, this unit can make a normal move as if it were your movement phase, but must end that move more than 9 away from enemy models. That's pretty good for 10 points, to be completely honest with you. The fact that you can give a unit the flexibility of being put in or out of reserves, but then deploying it on the table, combined with the fact that you can also do a move as you are revealed, is, I mean, again, I can't really see any reason why that's not pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Do you want to call out one last one, Phil? One that you got to choose yourself rather than me telling you which one to do?
Yeah, there's a few good ones. I'm going to do From Every Angle. So at the start of the first...
another 10-pointer.
Yeah, at the start of the first battle round, if the mission uses strategic reserve rules, this unit can be placed in there without having to spend any additional CP, regardless of how many units are already in strategic reserve. When setting up this unit from strategic reserve, treat the current battle round number as being 1 higher. Note that this means this unit can arrive from strategic reserve in the first battle round, which I think is really cool, especially when I just checked the crossfire rule doesn't have a range on it in terms of when you're looking for exposed. You just need to be
Mm.
visible to the other unit. So from turn 2 onwards, you can deploy in your opponent's deployment zone. Obviously, I think you still got to come in from the side edges, not the back. But that's really good. It means you can actually get behind them, and as long as you're visible, and you got, it doesn't matter about range per se. Like you could potentially get a bunch of exposed targets going off from that one unit, depending on how you deploy, of course.
Yes.
And the fact that you can just come from reserves turn 1, like that's great. Like, that's very clever. I like it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. So there we go. There's that part of it. Let's move along to their warlord traits. So warlord traits, Phil. Do you want to begin on the warlord traits, or might I? What would your preference be?
Oh, ladies first, so I'll let you.
Oh, blimey. But, egg on your face, Phil. I'm a progressively minded individual who does not take offense at the notion of being considered feminine.
As you should, yeah. I mean, the other one I would have said is age before beauty, but then that would mean I would have to do it because I'm the oldest of the two.
That is true. That is true. You're the big grizzly man, and I the dainty lady, apparently.
Yes. Big Bear and Little Princess is our new names from now on.
Absolutely. Fat Princess should be the name. Little Fatty. Squeal Piggy. Anyway, sorry, got off onto a weird tangent there, giving way too many insights. Anyway, the point is there are warlord traits, and apparently, by any metric, it is my turn to go first. So, number 1, focus, adoration, much like what Phil obviously has directed towards me. While friendly cult core or cult pure strain Genestealer units within 6 of this warlord. That's the first time we've encountered the keyword cult pure strain Genestealer, by the way, Phil.
Yeah, it is actually. I mean, I'm sure there's some stratagems.
Was there a stratagem?
I bet there would be, but we just missed those ones.
We skipped over it. Oh, here you go. Lurk in the Shadows says Genestealer cult infantry, not pure strain Genestealer infantry. That's an interesting thing. What does the pure strain Genestealer cult keyword actually say? Here it is. Oh, it's just Genestealer and pure strain Genestealer. There you go. They got both forms of gene stealing. Anyway. Unit is within 6 of this warlord. That unit is eligible to perform heroic intervention as if it were a character unit. Core blimey, Philip. It's all right. I mean, again, being able to heroically intervene is pretty decent. Being able to heroically intervene with a quite combat savvy army or unit like pure strain Genestealers is no bad thing either. So yeah, I mean, moderate to reasonable, I would say on that one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. Not too bad for the first one. The second one is Shadow Stalker. Each time
that's what you do outside my house, isn't it, Phil? Lurking in the bushes.
Yes, looking for my princess. Yes. Each time an attack is made against this warlord, subtract 1 to the attack's hit roll. That's pretty good. So -1 to hit when he's being attacked.
And that's any form of attack, be that melee or range.
It is,
so
yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. 3 is biomorph adaptation. Add 1 to the attacks and toughness characteristics of this warlord. Yeah, fair enough. Not bad.
Pretty good. Next, I guess this is also me. A prowling adjutant. 1 per turn when this warlord is selected as the target of a charge. Before the charge roll is made and after firing any overwatch, it can make a normal move of up to 6 inches. Well, that's very cool because you can just run out of, charge range.
It's really interesting, I suppose. Actually, no, it does make sense that they've specified once per turn, I guess. I was about to say, well, when else are you going to do it? But yeah, obviously, you could do it as multiple charges.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, fine. So you have one opportunity to position yourself away and then, figure it out from there. No, decent. Alien Majesty. Again, a perfect, warlord trait for a princess such as myself. Add 3 to the range of this warlord's aura abilities. I mean, again, my aura definitely has 3 inches of additional range to it. And what was that? Odor. Anyway. Add 3 to the range of the following abilities this warlord has, if any: Jackal, Meticulous
Planner.
Meticulous. God, there we go. Dyslexia strikes again. Meticulous Planner and Priority Target. The problem is, right, it's not necessarily a dyslexia problem. It's a trying to work out what weird Warhammer words problem. You can't just trust your own brain when you read 40k codexes, because a lot of the time they chuck nonsense into it. That's my excuse, Phil, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, next one.
Yep. Preternatural Speed. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the hit roll, and at the start of a fight phase, if this warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units that can fight first. Quite cool.
I mean, it's a pretty reasonable selection, all things being told. Not too bad. I think some of the warlord traits that were brood specific had a few more useful bits of functionality to them. But, you know, I think if you're going to chuck a few extra warlord traits in, you're probably going to sprinkle a few of those into the mix, as is your want. Obviously, Genestealer cults don't really have any named characters, do they, at the moment? So there are no specific warlord traits for any specific thing.
No, it's like, all the characters are sort of pseudo named, as in they've got a job role, but they're not named as in they have an actual name associated with them.
I suppose you don't really get much of a chance to become a famous hero of the GSC, given that if you're really good at what you do, you just get eaten.
Yes, yeah, that was the one thing that was sort of wrong with the Crusade rules, where you do your Day of Ascension, and then it's like, okay, cool, on to the next planet. And so, is that actually how it would work? Surely the whole point is you don't get eaten by the Tyranids. I mean, I like the idea that some of them survive and go, okay, we're going to go on to another planet and just be a roving lot of bandits. But yeah, it kind of goes against the concept of what they're doing.
I suppose that's the problem, though, isn't it? That, you know, it goes against the archetype of Crusade if the force that you have been meticulously building over a period of time just all dies in one fell swoop. Kind of, you know, makes them a very unappealing Crusade army.
Well, in a way, it's good because it does mean the Crusade has a definitive end point. Like there's an end goal to reach, and it's like once you've achieved your main goal, whatever that might be, it's like, cool, we can end it now and restart with something else. So, you know,
that's not the nature of Crusade, though, is it? It's just a sort of never-ending, perpetual, like progress bar for gamers in the general sense. What was I going to say? I had something. It's like because in Necromunda for a while they had gangs that started strong but could never upgrade, and then eventually they ascended. It was the Spire.
Yes, Spire gangs. Yeah.
They started strong but got weaker as it went along, and then as you did better, members of your gang would leave because they would actually, you know, elevate themselves to the upper echelons of Necromunda society. It's a weird gang mechanic, to be fair.
It was the gang I played. It was good fun.
It's really fun for the first 3 or 4 games. When you get to about game 5 or 6 and you're up against those various gangs with their pipe networks and other insane options, it gets a little bit loopy. On the topic of being a little bit loopy, let's talk about the Brood Mind Discipline. I imagine that has the impact of loopiness. Number 1, Mass Hypnosis is a malediction with warp charge of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Subtract 1 from the attack characteristics if models in that unit. Solid. In the fight phase, that unit is not eligible to fight until after eligible units from your army have done so. Additionally, solid.
Yeah, that's good.
You are taking away attacks and you're making them fight last. That is pretty meaningful. So we're off to a good start. Next one.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a warp charge value of 7, so it's a harder one to pull off, but it is still statistically average, so it should be doable.
Yes. Yeah.
The next one is Mind Control. It's a malediction, has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a model on that unit makes an attack roll, subtract 1 to the hits roll. If the result of the psychic test was equal to or greater than the unit's leadership characteristic, subtract 1 from that unit's leadership characteristic and 1 from their combat attrition test for that unit. I mean, that's okay, but not great. Never going to happen against Custodes, pretty much. I mean, it could if you roll double sixes. Yeah, I mean, it's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. The next one is Psionic Blast. It's a Witchfire and has a warp charge of 5, so not difficult to achieve. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to this Psyker. For the purposes of selecting that enemy unit, unless that enemy unit is within engagement range of the Psyker, the Lookout Sir rule applies as if the psychic power was a ranged weapon with a ranged attack characteristic of 18. Intriguing that they've specified that in this instance. I'm not familiar with too many instances where that has been a stipulation, which potentially implies that you were able to, shenanigans other Witchfire powers to target characters before, but I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not a shooting attack, even though it is. I mean, in previous editions, I'm sure it was a shooting attack at one point, but it isn't anymore. But that is what you're doing. So, yeah, normally, yeah, you can. If it just says target a unit, an enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to them. So, yeah, you can target a character, because I'm pretty sure the Lookout Sir rule only applies for shooting. Maybe this is so good, though, they've had to go, well, let's not let it override.
Calm it down.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's Warp Charge 5, so I'm not going to get too excited. That unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and if the result of the psychic test was equal to or greater than that unit's leadership characteristic, that unit suffers 3 mortal wounds instead of D3. Okay, fair enough. So in instances where you are chucking this into leadership 8 units, which is typically Space Marine territory, that's relatively likely that you might get the odd 8 here and there. And then obviously if you have any negative, debuffs to leadership characteristics, then obviously that's going to come into effect as well, which could make this more likely.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it's not awful.
But
it's not the best.
I mean, 2 to 6 mortal wounds. It's another, it's a good smite. What's interesting here is quite often, and in the past, you've got similar things, but they always say do the psychic test, then do a leadership test, normally on 2 or 3 d6. And if it passes, then do this action. So it's interesting that they're rolling those 2 mechanics into one, where it's basically the roll for the psychic test also has to go against the leadership to do something else.
They love layering. That's the way it goes. Anyway, much like what Games Workshop do with their rules, Phil, what is the next psychic power?
It's a mental onslaught. It's Witchfire, warp charge value 5. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 24 inches and visible to the Psyker. Roll 4d6. For each result of 5+, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound. If any models in the unit are destroyed as a result of those mortal wounds, but the unit is not destroyed, keep repeating this process, reducing the number of dice rolled by 1 each time. So, start off with 4d6, then it goes 3d6 and 2, and so on. Until any of the following conditions are met during that process. The number of dice rolled is 0. You roll no results of 5+, and no enemy models are destroyed. Okay, interesting. It's a nice sort of new mechanic in terms of how it operates. You could potentially, if you're lucky, do a lot of mortal wounds, because there is no... I mean, there is a cap, because effectively you get to do it 4 times max. But you're doing... If you do that, you're doing, what's that, 16, up to 16 mortal wounds?
I mean...
4 times 4?
4 times 4. That's, 16. Fair enough. Yeah, no. That's pretty reasonable.
Obviously, you got to roll 5+ for all of them. But I mean, that is the potential maximum that you can do. And
they haven't specified a max, have they?
No, because it does dry up naturally. Actually, it's not 4 times 4, because it's 4, then it's what did you start off with? Yeah, it's 4, then it's 3, then it's 2, then it's 1. So actually, it's not 4 times 4, so it's 4. 10 mortal wounds tops.
Okay, there we go. That makes more sense.
Reasonable.
I mean, that really was the mental onslaught.
Indeed.
Right then. Psychic Stimulus is the next one. It is a blessing. Has a warp charge value of 6. Select one friendly cult units with an 18 of and visible to this psyker. A lot of them need to be visible as well, I've noticed as well. They've definitely dialed up the whole visible to stipulation.
That pretty much is I think that's a general 9th edition mechanic, or it might be something they didn't initially bring in, but they have with later codexes as a thing, because people have gone, I'm behind a wall and I can still, do this thing to you, which in a way does make sense. If you're psychic, you can see where they are without needing to see them, you could argue. But yeah, it makes sense more from a gameplay point of view.
You would use your third eye, Phil, and poke it around the corner at them and see all the things. I mean, assuming you can get your third eye around the corner, but I mean, I've heard good things. Anyway, that unit is eligible to shoot and/or declare a charge within a turn which it advanced or fell back. Okay, so shoot and charge in a turn in which they advanced or fell back. Pretty meaningful. And models in that unit did not suffer the penalty incurred to their hit rolls for firing assault weapons in the same turn in which a unit advanced. So yeah, I mean that's a pretty good psychic power, all things being told.
Yeah, I wonder what units it actually combos with. As you say, you need lots of assault weapons for it to really work.
I get the suspicion they've got a lot of assault weapons in here, mate. I mean, I know we're going to get to the data sheets in a moment, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have plenty to go around.
So the last one is Might from Beyond. It's a blessing. Its warp charge value 6. If manifested, select one friendly cult unit within 18 inches and visible to the psyker. And to the start of your next psychic phase, add 1 to the attack characteristic of the model. Yeah, it's pretty cool. +1 attack.
Yeah, pretty meaningful. Yeah, there we are. A pretty good selection of psychic powers, I have to be honest.
Yeah, not too
There's
bad.
nothing in there I'm especially upset about. I mean, Psionic Blast feels a little bit underwhelming, but beyond that, it's pretty solid for what the army wants to do.
I mean, I quite like that one. It's basically...
Well, it only does a maximum of 3 mortal wounds, though, man.
Well,
it's like,
6 mortal wounds. If you do the extra...
No. It just does flat 3 rather than 6. Well, rather than D3, sorry.
So you're talking about Psionic Blast, right?
Yeah, Psionic Blast. A unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the result of the psychic test was equal to or greater than its leadership characteristic, that unit suffers 3 mortal wounds instead of D3.
Sorry, I thought it was you suffer an additional D3. Yeah, okay.
No.
Junk.
It's not junk. It's just that at the end of the day, every psyker comes with smite. So I don't know why you would prioritize another smite over the utility-based psychic powers that clearly this army needs to function.
I mean, they do like Thousand Suns was similar, where it's like they like to give you lots of other options for smite-esque stuff, so you can keep doing. You can create a smite-heavy army without needing to rely just on smite. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not great.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, a pretty reasonable selection overall. So we're going to get into relics next. There are a lot of relics, so we're just going to pick a couple each, as is the way of it. Phil, I've been going first all this time, but let's age step ahead of beauty on this instance.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
I'm going to go with Wormtooth Rounds. So this is a Kedomorph.
Wormtooth Rounds?
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
Does sound pretty decent.
Yeah. It's a Kedomorph model only. Each time the bearer shoots, you can select any number of Liberator auto stubs it is equipped with to fire a Liberator Wormtooth round. If you do so, then until the shooting is resolved, use basically the following profile. So range 18, heavy 1, strength 6, -3, 3 damage, and a Liberator Wormtooth round does not have the Liberator auto stubs abilities. What have they done?
The Liberator auto stubs abilities. I mean, I'm looking at... Oh, here they are. Yes, it's in the weapon profile. Each time you select a target for this weapon, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule. You should never ignore Look out, sir. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. It's a range 18, pistol 2, strength 5, -1, 1 damage weapon.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good.
Is there any... Forgive me, because I was off looking for the Kilomorph rules. Have they increased the damage or general profile of the weapon in any way, or is it just specifically...
I'll repeat it just for you, Dan, because you weren't listening. So it comes heavy...
It wasn't that I wasn't listening. I just wasn't listening.
Okay, it's range 18. It becomes heavy 1,
Same,
so
yeah.
it's not a pistol anymore.
Okay, yeah.
Strength 6, -3,
Ooh, nice.
3 damage.
Oh, very nice. Cool, blimey. But it loses the
Mortal
Ignore,
wounds.
Look Out, Sir, and Mortal Wounds.
But you do have, 4 of them?
Oh, so you replace his entire, all three of his...
Was it just 3?
autos?
Yeah, you can select as many as you want.
He's the free-armed bandit, isn't he?
Okay, yeah. What's he doing with his 4th arm? Is it holding a dagger?
He just doesn't have one, mate. He doesn't have one. As is often the way with Genestealer Cult, they often have one arm on one side and 2 on the other.
Is that why they want the 4-armed Emperor? Because that's 1 arm better than what they have?
I mean, some might go as far as 4 arms, but I think those are like pretty up there. Typically, they you know, a large
I
majority
think
of them
maybe it's for
are 1 and 3.
humans. Yeah, well, two as well is the default. 2, 3, and then if they have 4 arms, they're probably Genestealers, which is, you know, Tyranid territory.
Yeah, well, some of the metamorphs, the hybrid metamorph leaders get up to the 4-limb territory, as do some of the other ones. But yeah, majoritively it looks like they're free limbers. They're not like Dead-Eye Duck of Bucky O'Hare fame.
No, but
no.
I mean, yeah.
You know, I've been waiting 6 months for my Dead-Eye Duck action figure to arrive from America.
That's shockingly long.
I know, but they told me it'll be delivered next week. I just paid the VAT for it to come to this country. They had to resolve their international shipping. It's a whole thing. Anyway, looking forward to getting that at some point.
What relic are you going to pick?
I'm going to go with the Unwilling Orb because it sounds like it's got a very kind of odd, sort of sinister ideology kind of powering it. The idea of having something...
Sounds like a co-host on a podcast.
You or me, Phil? Which of us is the unwilling orb in this situation?
It's me, everyone.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know, you're welcome to go anytime, Phil. It's all right. I'm sure I could find someone to replace you. Maybe Joe would come back.
You can have an unwilling orb, another one, but an actual orb.
Exactly. That would just be it. It would just be me communicating with a magic 8-ball. Yeah. It'd be a magical thing. Anyway, the unwilling orb, or Phil, as it will for now ever be known. It's for psychic models only. The bearer can attempt to deny 1 additional psychic power in your opponent's psychic phase. While the bearer is on the battlefield, each time it attempts to deny a psychic power, it can do so from any range instead of within 24. So you can deny from anywhere, Phil. And each time the bearer attempts to manifest a malediction or witchfire psychic power, add 1 to that attempt's psychic test. That, honest to God, is one of the best psychic-specific relics I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, it's good. So you can at least deny twice, if not maybe more, depending on your psycho. Doing it,
and you can do it
from anywhere and getting +1. I guess the only downside is you'll have to constantly ask your opponent, is it a malediction or witchfire? I bet most of them won't know because it's such a niche thing to know. Obviously,
no.
It's normal.
Oh, well, yeah. It's only when you're attempting it. Yeah, but yes, you're good.
So you'd
it's not +1 to everything.
You'd ask your opponent. I think the thing is though, if it's buffing your opponent's own units, it's probably a blessing. If it's affecting any of your units, it's probably a witchfire malediction. I think that's pretty much how it works. I don't think there's any other types. There's just those 3, isn't there?
Witchfire, blessing, malediction.
Hold on, I'm just going to look back on the other page. Witchfire, blessing, witchfire, malediction.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that actually is all there is of it. There might have been something else once upon a time, but I don't remember. But yeah, there you go. The Unwilling Orb, or Phil. Pretty great relic. Next one, mate.
I'm going to go with the Crouchling.
Okay, there we go.
So
the Crouchling.
The model equipped with a Psychic Familiar only. Replace the Psychic Familiar's ability with the following ability. So the Crouchling. Once per Psychic phase, you can reroll one Psychic test taken for this model. Each time a Psychic test is passed for this model, if all dice results for that test were the same, the Psychic power or Psychic action cannot be denied. So I think normally the chances of getting a double is like, is it 25%? I think it's something like that. So it's
I honestly have no idea.
It's it's not as low as people think it is. So it's quite.
I've rolled many a double in my time.
Exactly. Obviously, is it double ones and double sixes perils, or is it just double ones now?
Double ones and double sixes, to the best of my recollection. Yeah.
So obviously, 2 of the 6 potential doubles are perils, but you know, if it said if it also said you didn't perils, that would be great. Maybe that'd be too good though.
Would be pretty strong, to be fair. I don't necessarily understand why a GSC option would have an ability that prevents it from periling.
Well, you got.
Maybe
looking after you. He's soothing you as you do your psychic power.
Yes, exactly. Stroking your hair as you try and cast those powers. There's so many good names. I mean, immediately my eyes drift towards Cranial Inlay and Gifts from Beyond. Obviously, the Crouchling was a fantastic name as well, which draws the eye. But I think I'm going to have to go with Oppressor's Bane. Is probably where I'm going to land, because the Bane of an Oppressor is a thing worthy of discussion. So, models equipped with an auto pistol only. The bearer gains the Crossfire ability and the Crossfire keyword. This relic replaces an auto pistol and has the following profile. So let's just quickly do an exercise before I talk about what this is. If I'm looking at characters,
no characters have the Crossfire ability.
No characters.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's literally pretty much infantry. The vehicles and the bikes have it. So Genestealer, the Pure Shame Genestealers don't have it, and neither do the characters. Because if a character can do like one shot on you that does 2 damage, it's like one person can add a crossfire marker. It makes it too easy to get crossfire markers, which is what probably makes this so good.
Well, potentially good, right? I mean, yeah. And again, in terms of characters with auto pistols, I mean, there's a good healthy selection that have got some auto pistols. You've got the Clamavus has got the auto pistol. The Nexus has got it. The Magus has an auto pistol. The Primus, unfortunately, doesn't have an auto pistol. That would have been a nice situation. The Acolyte Icon Ward has an auto pistol. Jackal Alphas has an auto pistol. So there's plenty of auto pistols on characters for this to make sense. And in terms of what it does, it is a range 15 pistol free, strength 4 -2 2 damage weapon, which basically, by the rules of Crossfire, means you hit one of these shots, Crossfire token is going down, which is pretty meaningful.
Read the abilities though.
Each time an attack is made with this weapon, the target is treated as having a crossfire marker and being exposed for that attack.
So basically,
wow. So
is it +1 to
+1 to hit, +1 to wound, and ignoring cover?
Yeah. So you've got really good shot of actually killing one thing in that unit to give it a crossfire marker for then something else to shoot at that unit.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's a pretty tasty little addition. And because they then themselves as a character have the crossfire keyword and are crossfire for the purposes of the rules, actually kind of having that line of sight and facilitating the other unit meeting the criteria is slightly easier, because you can maneuver that one character in such a kind of way as you could bring it in from reserves.
Reserves. Or did you say the Jackal Alphas has a pistol as well?
The Jackal Alphas does, yes.
Yeah, because
it
then
does,
obviously with that movement, you can like sort of zip around to the side to be able to get the exposed for another unit that's then going to shoot at them.
Well, there you go. All right, mate. Should we get into the data sheets?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, pal. So we're just going to pick a few data sheets to talk about. Again, as we know, they haven't really done anything too extensive in terms of new units, but the new unit they have added is the Saboteur. So it probably makes sense just to quickly go over that mini prior to talking about anything else. So the Saboteur is an elite, has a 4 power rating, and in terms of points, at the moment, at the time of recording, a Saboteur will cost you all of 80 points, but who knows what that's become by the weekend and the release of Warzone Nocturne.
I suspect they're the same because Custodes came out the exact same time as this codex, and they gave them for free away as a PDF because the points had changed. Because I presume that codex was delayed, so that's why the points were different for whatever reason. Whereas if that was the case and Genestealer Cult had changed, they would have also had to do the same thing. And because they didn't, I can only assume these points are correct. So any points in chapter approval will basically be the same.
Fair enough. Anyway, in terms of its movement, it's got 6 inches of movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness 3. It's got 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 5+ save. It is equipped with an auto pistol, remote explosives, blasting charges, demolition charges, and frag grenades. It is rigged to blow, it's fair to say.
Yep.
It's got the all-important auto pistol, so what we were talking about before, you can put that relic on it should you choose to. Remote explosives have range 24, assault 2d3, strength 8, -3, 1 damage. They are blast, and each time you select a target for this weapon, you cannot target aircraft units. Each time an attack is made with this weapon and is allocated to a vehicle or monster unit, that attack has a damage characteristic of 3 instead, which is pretty terrifying. Blasting charges is a grenade with D3, so range 6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage blast. And then lastly, you've got the demo charges, which is grenade D6, strength 8, -3, 2 damage. Blast, the bearer can only shoot with this demolition charge. It is equipped with once per battle. Okay, fine. So you basically just get that once per battle.
And don't forget, there's a stratagem where you can come in from deep strike 3 inches away. You kind of want to do it with this person because you can chuck all of those things. So your remote explosive is 24-inch range. Everything else is 6-inch range plus the pistol, which could be a relic if you really want it to be. So yeah, you can just lob one unit to death with a ton of grenades and the charges.
Yeah. So it's got conceal, unquestioning loyalty, deploy explosives. This model can perform the following action: plant explosives action. 1 Reductus Saboteur model from your army can start to perform this action in your command phase. This action is completed at the end of your movement phase. If this action is successfully completed, place a Reductus explosive marker within one of the model that performed this action, and that model cannot perform this action again. If that model is destroyed, remove the Reductus explosive marker from the battlefield. And then we get into Reductus explosives. The end of the movement phase of your opponent's or your opponent's charge phase. If any enemy models are within 3 of the model's reductive explosive marker, it can use this ability. Roll 1d6 for each model, excluding aircraft models within 3 of that marker. Add 2 to the result of the model being rolled for is a biker, monster, or vehicle model. On a 4+, that model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound or 4 mortal wounds if that model is a monster or vehicle. Once you've rolled for every model within 3 of that marker, remove it from the battlefield. Fair enough. And it's every model, right? So obviously, I guess the size of the marker, intriguingly, is ever so slightly smaller than the size of an objective marker. So it is theoretically possible that you could hold an objective and be just out of range of this explosive. However, obviously, if you're positioning this explosive on an objective, which is the logical place that you would put it, I would take account of where your opponent currently resides and obviously lean it over in that direction, just to kind of greatly reduce their ability to shift around that position, thus making obviously that objective marker quite a dangerous target. And then clandestine, once this model is within an area terrain feature, enemy models cannot target it with ranged attacks unless they are within 12 of it. Each time a ranged attack is made against a model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls. That's pretty tasty. So, I mean, again, within the kind of more competitive world, the fact that you're not going to be able to draw line of sight to this thing anyway is going to, be, problematic. But potentially there's an actual real reason within competitive 40k to actually see the Saboteur standing on top of buildings for a change, because they're going to be within the terrain feature, and unless you're within 12 of them, you can't target them. So there is, and obviously they can shoot out from the top with their, range 24 remote explosives and do all that.
I guess if you want to do the blasting charges and the demo charges, which is 6-inch range, you've got to be on the ground to pull it off.
Yes,
the clandestine rule is really good. I've always said it with things like the Vindicare or Vindicari assassin. The old rules of -2 to hit it doesn't work anymore. Which, wait, have they done updated rules for 9th edition yet? They haven't, have they?
Well, for the assassins,
yeah, they did Inquisition in Psychic Awakening, but I don't think they've done anything for the assassins yet.
I am unsure, if I'm entirely honest with you. There's been so many odd instances, but I'm pretty confident assassins have not had a 9th
Yeah,
edition
I think so, because I remember they need something like this, basically, where it's like, okay, once he's in the terrain feature, you just can't be shot at unless you're within 12 inches of it, which makes much more sense. And that rule really shows you that this person is meant to just be on their own, like deep striking somewhere, literally on their own, so they don't have a lookout serval to protect them, which is why I think they've got that. The interesting thing, though, so you've got to plant the explosive 1 inch away from where you are, but anything within 3 inches of it gets hit, including you. So, and you can't move when you do it. So your opponent has basically one turn to do you over, go within range of it, make it blow up, and then potentially kill you at the same time. But yeah, this is really deadly against like vehicle units, and I know there aren't many of them, but like Sentinels, for example, would still be a unit. Yeah, I don't. But it does work for bikers, but bikers don't get the extra 4 mortal wounds. Whereas 4 mortal wounds per model on like a Sentinel squad is pretty deadly.
Indeed. All right, mate. What are you going to pick of all the things to pick?
Well, I feel like we need to go for the big boy on his throne from Rogue Trader, the Patriarch.
It's a shame that his, once noble throne has been replaced with a drain pipe.
Yes, and
how he has fallen from grace.
They don't get limousines either anymore.
No. He used to be such a swanky character, and now look at him hanging out on his
drain pipe.
It's just not quite what it used to be. But hey, let's see what he brings to the table.
So obviously he's an HQ choice. He's power 7 for those that want to do Crusade. So movement 8 inches, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 4, strength, toughness 5, 7 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 10, 4+ save. He's armed with Patriarch's Claws, which are melee weapons, strength user, so strength 5, -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, you can reroll the wound roll, and on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the attack has an AP characteristic of -6. Whew, cool by me. And a damage characteristic of 3. So, I mean, that is pretty cool. Plus the fact that you're re-rolling all the wounds, so you could just fish for 6s, even if you've already wounded. Like, why not? Other wargear options, you can have Psychic Familiar, which is once per battle, you can reroll one psychic test taken for this model. Again, we just point out that you could get a Relic Familiar as well. So he's got Conceal, so that means he can Deep Strike or, use the ambush markers. He's a Living Idol, which is an aura ability. While a friendly cult unit is within 6 of this model, each time a combat attrition test is taken for that unit, you can ignore any or all modifiers. It's as if he's Field Marshal Karas Venner from the Krieg, because he has that exact same ability. Not quite as good as in combat, though. Not quite as good. Swift and Deadly.
Well, not quite as good as Venner in combat.
Venner is a beast. More of a beast
than
a man on his throne. So Swift and Deadly, the model is eligible to declare a charge in return it advanced. And Preternatural Reflexes, the model has a 4+ invulnerable save. He's a Psyker. He can manifest 2 psychic powers. You can deny 1 psychic power. Smite plus 2 others from the Brood Mind discipline. Seems pretty good. 6 attacks. No way of upping the number of attacks, it seems.
Well, bar all the psychic powers, warlord traits.
Well, yes. I mean, there's no 2 profiles, for example. But yeah, you would have to buff. I'm sure you could buff him quite well with, as you say, warlord trait, psychic powers, because he can just use those psychic powers on himself.
Yeah, I think overall, he's pretty decent. I would go so far as saying. I mean, he's 140 points.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's all right, really. I mean, the fact that he's got the damage output from the claws, which is pretty tasty. The combination of the psychic powers as well, and seeing what those psychic powers actually kind of represent and what you can kind of do with that is it's pretty meaningful for this guy. So obviously he's got Smite. He's got the opportunity to take advantage of those various powers that we've kind of outlined already. There's some really interesting warlord traits that you can chuck in there. You can give him the fill, as it was called previously, but the orb of submission or whatever it was, which gives him some extra psychic clout, which is pretty awesome. The unwilling orbs, sorry. So look, I think
you wouldn't want to waste that on him. You'd want that on your Magus or someone that's just hanging back because of the unlimited range. Whereas, he's gonna agree with that. In the thick of things anyway. So,
yeah, look, I think the Patriarch is deservedly a strong unit. Yeah, sure. Obviously, there's going to be instances where this thing is going to meet its end to lots of small arms fire, but as long as you're utilizing the tricks and dealing with the fact that you've got all of the kind of protective elements in play, you've got all that stuff where these guys can effectively hurl themselves in front of him on a 3+ as well, isn't it? That was one of the stratagems or traits or things that these guys can
Unquestioning Loyalty, which is a default ability that pretty much everyone has.
Yeah. So he's got all those extra bodies in front of him, so even if a cheeky sniper gets a shot off on him, he's got people flinging himself
interestingly, can you do it if you don't have Unquestioning Loyalty yourself? Because the other characters, the humanoid characters, have it, and he doesn't. So
he wouldn't.
Each time a saving throw made for a cult character model from your army is failed, you can select a friendly unit with this ability. So actually, you're right. They can just fling themselves into him, which makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the Patriarch, right? You're going to fling yourself in front of the Patriarch, and obviously the Patriarch doesn't feel the same way about you as you feel about him, such as the way of these these toxic relationships that they have.
He's a user. He's a user.
He is. It's no fun. I want to talk about pure strain Genestealers, but I'm going to talk about the Locust because I love the Locust. I think the Locust is both a cool mini, but just a really fun concept. I love the idea of a insanely menacing, crazy creature that is basically just a bag of blades that walks around looking like a differing old man to give off the impression that he's not absolutely ridiculous.
He does look like a right creep, I have to say.
Yeah, but it's just, I love the little hints of the mini. The idea it's got the little claw just poking out the bottom, which is essentially hinting to the fact that, it's just a big old robe covering up a mass of sharp objects, as it were. I'd love it if Games Workshop at some point was to release a mini that showed its form when it was actually in free form actual kind of combat, as it were.
Yeah,
as it's kind
like
of
a more action pose, like leaping off.
Yeah, but actually sort of, because I just assume, I could be wrong about this, but based on what you kind of read about it, like I like the idea that he would have all these like really long, elongated, like horrific limbs and stuff, and like, just be like ridiculous, and like that little head is on top of like a limb that sort of like goes off in mad, like a I don't know, like a Krull, like Krull. You remember Krull, Phil?
The movie
Krull.
or the
Yeah,
vaguely.
But do you remember what the Krull was? It was like a tri boomerang sharp star thing. That's what I assume is going on under there. Although I don't think it was tri, it was like 5-sided.
Yeah,
wasn't
something like that. Yeah,
it's like like a frisbee with knives on it. That's what I assume this guy is when he gets going. Anyway, he's got a movement of 6, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 3, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 5 attacks, which is pretty reasonable. Leadership 8 and 5+ save. Locust is equipped with a Locust Blades and the Hypermorph Tail. The Hypermorph Tail is user -1, damage 1. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon, basically making it 6 attacks. And then Locust Blades is strength +1, so strength 5, -3, 2 damage, which is pretty cool. Conceal and Questioning Loyalty. It's got Preternatural Reflexes, which is a 5+ invuln. It's got the Bodyguard rule, so during deployment, select 1 cult character model from your army, excluding a Locust model, to be this model's ward. While this model has been free of its ward, enemy models cannot target that ward with ranged attacks. While this model is a viable target for melee attacks made by an enemy model, that enemy model cannot target this model's ward with melee attacks as well. So there's some really nice synergies there in terms of obviously the way that you can utilize this guy's bodyguard credentials to add yet more survivability.
Could you just make the ward the Patriarch and be like, cool, you've got to kill this guy first, who is also a character. So
yes.
You then have another unit of guys in front of him, so he can't be targeted easily, at least.
And then, frustratingly, you could do that thing because he's one little character on one little base, so you could just tuck him into a corner hidden from line of sight, and then have the Patriarch out in front of him. But the Patriarch's within 3 of him, so you can't target them.
Yes, yeah, and then you just need a unit in between the 2 of them. So
we don't even need a unit in between the 2 of them. Because if you couldn't draw line of sight to the Locust, you couldn't target the Patriarch.
Is he hiding behind the pipe?
He's hiding behind the pipe, and he's like, "Ooh." I mean, I'm assuming there would be some terrain feature somewhere on the board that you would use to hide behind.
But really, you want your Patriarch, running up the board. You can't have him hide.
Yeah. But you can just you can do that. So specifically on competitive boards, you can do that thing where the Patriarch's running up ahead, and then the Locust runs behind it. But the Locust goes through a ruined wall because you can phase shift through the walls and hide in like the top right-hand corner of the wall thing outline side. And then Patriarch can stand out in the open. Okay. And you can't do anything to the Patriarch, which is pretty mad. Anyway, it's got Quicksilver Strikes at the start of the fight phase. If this model is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first that phase. And then Sudden Assault, this model is eligible to perform a heroic intervention within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of any enemy units, instead of 3 horizontally and 5 vertically. Each time this model makes a heroic intervention move, provided it ends that move either closer to the closest enemy model or within engagement range of any enemy character unit, it can move up to 6. All other rules for heroic intervention still apply. So there you go. He's a bodyguard unit, and he's pretty handy in a fight. And how many points is he? How many points be you, little Locust? Little Lucas, how many points are you? He is 50 points, Phil.
Not bad.
I mean, it's pretty good, mate. It's pretty good.
I mean,
Choose you the last data sheet, and then we will wrap this up, mate.
Well, I wanted to talk about a Primus, but that's another character. Do we want to? Is there an actual unit that we want to talk about, like the Aberrants or something? Are they worth talking about? Because I know their weapon profiles have changed.
Whatever you want, mate. Sure, shout. I'm not here to tell you what to do, despite what you think of me and my orb of obedience. Or
the
whatever
unwilling
it was.
orb.
And the unwilling orb. Whatever you want, mate.
I'm trying to find them.
What are you trying to find?
The Aberrants. Oh, here we go.
Oh, you want the Aberrants?
Let's have a look at them.
All right.
So you can take 4 to 9 plus 1 Aberrant Hypermorph. They are movement 6, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 6+, strength and toughness 5, 3 wounds, 2 attacks or 3 if you have a Hypermorph, leadership 7, 5+ save. If the unit contains 6 or more models, it's got a power rating, brilliant. They're equipped with heavy power weapons and a Hypermorph tail. Every Aberrant is equipped with a heavy power weapon. Okay. So the Hypermorph just gets a tail. Basically, it's a bonus. The Hypermorph's heavy power weapon can be replaced with 1 heavy improvised weapon, which I believe is a signpost, if I recall correctly. They've got Conceal, Unquestioning Loyalty, Bestial Vigor. Each time an attack is allocated to a model in this unit, subtract 1 from a damage characteristic to a minimum of 1. So -1 damage, like Dreadnoughts. Brilliant. The heavy improvised weapon is melee, +1 strength. So that is strength 6, -1 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, excess damage it inflicts is not lost. Instead, keep allocating excess damage to another model in the target unit until all other excess damage has been allocated or the target unit is destroyed. So, I mean, you're only doing 2 damage, but it does at least mean that if you're killing 1 damage, 1 wound models, it's spilling over. That's quite interesting. The heavy power weapon that the others get is +3 strength. So 8, strength 8, -2, 3 damage. Basically, battle cannons with better damage because it's not D3, flat 3. That's really good. Hypermorph tail, strength user, so strength 5, -1, 1 damage. Each time bear fights, make 1 additional attack with this weapon. So that is your bonus attack. Yeah, I mean, they're not bad. 5 up save, no win run save. Obviously, there are, I think, ways to get those. Yeah, they seem okay. Yeah, and then you've got the abominants, which can he can give them some bonuses, so he can make them reroll hit rolls in close combat. Stuff like that.
I mean, Aberrants in terms of their points, right? I mean, what are you looking at for an Aberrant these days? So they're an elite choice. The Aberrants are 30 points per model. Ooh, 30 points. Toughness 5, 3 wounds. The -1 damage is still pretty decent because obviously 3 wounds, so you have to hit them with some sort of damage 4 weapon to put them away. Which there aren't really a great many of. Damage 3 is out there in relative quantities, but damage 4 is hard to come by. And then obviously 2 damage 2 isn't going to get it done. So, there is some efficiency in terms of their survivability. Although the lack of any invuln sort of neutralizes that quite extensively, doesn't it? And toughness 5 isn't that absurd to sort of chew through. I mean, you rock up with a multi-laser. That's going to... Although multi-lasers are strength 4, aren't they?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, all right, fine. You rock up with a scatter laser. You're going to make quick work of these guys. So, yeah. I mean, I'm always torn on the Aberrants because they're a cool-looking unit. But I just never feel like... they're enough. They're supposed to be kind of like that sort of big, hulking, monstrous thing. I suppose they occupy more of a kind of Ogren position where they're just sort of bigger but not ridiculously bigger.
Yeah, at least with Bulgren though, you can get an invuln save and a reasonably decent save. It's the same with things like Tyranid warriors and Tyranids in general. Like they very rarely get invuln saves. They have relatively poor armor saves, and they're just relying on toughness and wounds to get them through. And they probably need either another pip of toughness or another wound or two to make them like really good. I mean, at one point they were good in previous editions, so maybe it's just damn points cost. It's because the viability of them. You can put them in, come from the underground, so they can appear 8 inches away. So they've got a relatively easy charge, especially if you're going with the cult that can reroll your charge rolls. So you can get them stuck in relatively easily. It's just how long will they survive?
Yeah. I think, I'm sure there's options for them, right? I don't think they're terrible. I just think 30 points is a bit hefty for what they bring. But because you can only get them in units of 5, which obviously means that you're talking 150 points for a unit of 5 of them, which isn't terrible, I suppose, for the amount of wounds. But it's just like I say, like you're just gonna, if you get caught in, a lot of firepower with them in a turn, like Tau are just going to rinse them with burst cannons and pulse rifles. So it's an interesting one. Cool. All right. Well, there you go, guys. That is us having gone through as much of the Genestealer Codex as we were able to in the time that we allotted ourselves. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Summary from my side of things, I think, as is always the way, Games Workshop continue to excel themselves from a creative perspective when it comes to the overall kind of tone and kind of character of these books. A little bit of a gripe is definitely the use of some of the really old kind of like Rogue Trader artwork that's in there. They've got 2 old Rogue Trader era images, or like early 2nd edition images, where they've effectively got really sort of old school kind of cartoony-esque artwork in there, which, are really iconic and really awesome old bits of Genestealer Cult artwork. But I think it just sort of speaks to the relative lack of assets that they possess for this faction currently, because it's just a little bit creatively jarring, I would say, when you're going through it and you see that artwork. Obviously, from my perspective, it's a nice hit of nostalgia, but I think within the confines of that actual kind of modern codex, it doesn't really fit within the kind of current 40k aesthetic. So it's cool, I guess, in a way that it's there, but I feel like it doesn't quite fit the theme. But beyond that, in terms of the army itself, again, I think, a lot has been made of the crossfire rule. I don't think it's nearly as complicated as it actually seemed like it was going to be once you actually got into it and read it through. And, there's obviously a lot of really great synergies and a lot of really great options for this army. I think their biggest problem is definitely going to be that they are coming in and are being swiftly preceded by 2 armies that are probably going to cause them nothing but headaches. And combine that with the fact that this is pretty well established as one of the most expensive armies to collect and put on the tabletop. I think a lot of players will probably be a little bit despondent to the fact that they've got to spend so much money on an army, put so much work into painting it, just to basically be brushing their models off the tabletop when the Tau and the Craftworlds start unleashing whatever madness they're going to bring. But who knows? I mean, again, Games Workshop has over time done an okay job of balancing armies against each other. I mean, it took a long time for the Mechanicus, but they got there eventually. Orcs was obviously done much more rapidly, but yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued by the list. I think, I think GSE are fun. I want to love them, but there's just something about it that never really completely gels with me. But obviously, if you're the sort of person who really likes Genestealer Cult, I think you're going to be pretty happy with this book. There's nothing in it that I look at and go, oh, that's well rubbish. I think it's all pretty consistently usable. So yeah, thumbs up from me. I think it's good. Look forward to seeing GSE on the tabletop.
Well, I'll give you my thoughts. Normally, Dan, you introduce it in some way and go, what are your thoughts, Phil? No, you just...
I know, but this time I figured I'd just sort of, just stop and let you kind of
Well,
chime in.
Thank you very much.
I like to try and mix it up sometimes, mate. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Phil?
Thanks very much. The Unwilling Orb says it's good. It's two thumbs up. It's I feel like it got a bad rap from the Crossfire rule, which I don't think is really deserved. I think it's a relatively straightforward rule. I actually found the Custodes like stances much more complicated in terms of how you've got to use them, and I think thinking several turns ahead is much more confusing than this is just how you're gonna move and plan models around on the tabletop. Seems a lot more straightforward to me, as opposed to picking things. Like that's one of the reasons why I don't like secondaries. You got to pick something that you can't change at a later date, which I think is always its downfall. So I think codex wise it's good. Power level seems about right, very balanced. There may be broken combos out there that we just haven't obviously seen because we haven't gone through all the relics and stuff like that. So who knows where they'll be. Obviously things like Armies of Renown are going to come out for them later on. So if they do need a power bump, you might find it there. There'll probably be, for the Four-Armed Emperor, a codex supplement as well, because the main sub-faction of every army gets a codex supplement at some point in the Warzone books. So that is no doubt going to come at some point too. As for the artwork, I know what you mean in terms of the visual aesthetics of 9th edition, and the 9th edition artwork is all very consistent, although you pointed out that there are some 7th ed, 8th ed artwork in there as well that are very slightly different in style and tone, as opposed to the more grim dark 9th edition artwork. So I don't mind the super old style, 2nd ed artwork. Was it Rogue Trader? I think it's more 2nd ed. I didn't mind them.
Yeah, it's a mix of both because they didn't obviously. I remember seeing that artwork. It was called Index Codex, or it was the book that came in the 2nd edition box set. It had a Genestealer cult section, and I remember seeing those bits of artwork in that.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily came
but beyond
out
that, I
in
didn't see it anywhere else.
Rogue Trader, but there was a weird time when a lot of Rogue Trader stuff was in White Dwarf, so it might be they came out then. But I think they were more of a 2nd edition army, but it could be wrong on that front.
They didn't have a codex in 2nd edition. I can say that much. They just had the index.
Yeah. I don't mind it. It is a bit fan service, which I always actually don't think fan service is very good for people when it's overused. I think if they had used that artwork for the limited edition cover like they had done with Black Templars, maybe that would have been better. And then you've still got the cover's one thing, and then all the artwork inside is consistent with how you like it. Overall pretty good. Not too bad, not too good. Hopefully a nice balance. How it plays and whether Genestealer cult players will be happy is another matter that I'll be keen to see what people say about it once they get playing with it.
Yeah, well, I've already seen people running it and they seem really taken by it. I think there's been broadly quite, a positive reception to it. I think it plays into the missions well, and I've heard that with the new mission set that they're introducing with the new GT stuff, it will help them. But I think there is this broad consensus that Tau and or Craftworlds may very quickly become a problem for them. But who knows, right? I mean, again, that's possibly a lack of optimism creeping in there, or just an assumption of the ongoing power creep that inevitably happens.
I think that Tau Genestealer cult matchup's always a difficult one because Genestealer cult need to spring up from the underground and then charge in predominantly. They've got shooting as well, but a lot of their units are like aberrants, close combat based. And if Tau are just going to be like, cool, I'm going to overwatch you, that's a problem. And there's not psychic power that ignores Overwatch. I don't think there was like a warlord trait on there might be a relic or something that allows you to ignore Overwatch. They probably would need that to do well against Tau. Otherwise, I assume they're just going to get shot off the board when they try and charge in.
Well, I mean, Tau are losing their free Overwatch ability, so that's going.
But
so they're not going to just be able to.
Are they not still going to be okay? I pay 1 CP to Overwatch, but then everything in my army can Overwatch.
Yeah, so I think there is going to be options for multiple units overwatching as well, but I think it's just that they're not doing it for free, which is something. I mean, Ultramarines have that ability where they can shoot at you with multiple units as you're charging into them.
That's good.
Look, I think it's a really interesting, interesting addition. I think the work they've done on GSC over the last. Crikey, how many codexes they had now? 3? This is their 3rd codex.
I think so.
I think they continue to evolve and come up with some interesting stuff for this army. I'm just not sure what it needs. I think that's the thing. I think as far as I look at it, I just think it sort of needs... I don't know. I don't know what it's lacking. It just feels like there's something in the range that they would benefit from. I just don't know what that is.
Well, they haven't got obviously any flyers, but it doesn't feel like they should, unless it was like a Arvus Lighter style, like very small diddly transport of some kind.
Yeah.
It feels like they could do with some more vehicles of some kind, like a bit along the lines of the Goliath truck and stuff. But that's the thing. You can't make them military. See, they can't have like a battle tank, because that's what the Brood Brothers aspect of it is. So it's interesting. I mean, because basically from this army, you can potentially ally in Tyranids and have your Brood Brothers in there. So you could have for one codex, you kind of could have access to 3 codexes in total if you bolt those 2 in. So you could plug some gaps with those, whether you want to or not is a different matter. But yeah, I feel like they are somewhat hamstrung by the theme that they're coming at from a mining colony uprising. I mean, it'd be cool to see some various types, like, from the cover artwork, you got that hive noble type person. It'd be quite cool to maybe lean more in that direction, to give you some interesting... they've already got characters aplenty, but a different visual take on the aesthetics of Genestealer Cult.
Yeah. Look, I think at the end of the day, given that, this army didn't exist 5-6 years ago, the fact it is where it is now is pretty impressive, and it's cool that they're supporting the range. I like the fact that they've not leaned into unnecessary synergies with Tyranids, although they do all have the Tyranid keyword, right? So you can basically chuck Tyranids in with them and not break anything. Phil is checking to see the Tyranid keyword.
They do have the Tyranids faction keyword, you're right.
Yeah. So you can, add in a detachment of Tyranids should you choose to. So I suppose you can represent different stages of the
uprising,
of the invasion.
I mean, it would be cool if there was either some perks for taking them, or maybe some like hindrances for taking them, in terms of that they shouldn't really be there until, as you say, until the later stages where it's too late, sort of thing. Maybe that will appear as a crusade thing.
Yeah, because I think when the GSE are finally being approached by the actual Tyranids, I think they're in a kind of state of blissful excitement, aren't they? They're kind of like offering themselves up to the... or maybe they're going, cool, blimey, we got it wrong, and then trying to fight their way out of the situation. But,
well, potentially they're still fighting the uprising, because they're basically meant to be distracting the army of the planet while the Tyranids are coming, I think. So...
Anyway, look, we've talked about it enough. That's GSC. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much, as always, for listening. Please now hang around as we answer community questions in the outro segment. Thank you, Phil.
The unwilling orb says thanks.
Transitional noise. Wow, 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 wow. All right then, everyone. That is the end of the show. Although you know better than that. We are going to address some community questions regarding Genestealer Cult, and we're also going to have a general little chinwag about things and stuff that is happening at the moment. So at the time this recording goes out, myself and Phil will be at Warhammer World in Nottingham, playing in a doubles tournament. We're hoping to bring you an update on how all of that went in the following episode that will be coming out in 2 weeks' time after today. So the next episode that you can expect from us is going to be coming out on Saturday, the 12th of February. So we are not going to be releasing an episode on Saturday, the 5th of February. We are falling into our fortnightly schedule. But by the looks of things, Phil, I doubt we're going to be able to maintain that fortnightly schedule throughout February because by the sounds of things, Tau and then Elder are coming in rapid succession.
Well, there's
also
the Grand Tournament pack, if you want to talk about that as well.
Yeah, I think we could definitely talk about the Grand Tournament pack. I'm
We
intrigued by it
could
because I'm
probably
not
squeeze that into a mini segment as opposed to a dedicated episode,
Yeah.
though.
I think the vibe with the Grand Tournament pack at the moment, though, seems to be that they've really done a bit of a muck up when it comes to the general kind of price point combined with the necessity of it, right? Like, I mean, you've really mucked up when even Tabletop Tactics are saying that that it ain't a good purchase, right?
Yeah, it's for one. I mean, obviously, the last one, people were a bit like, nah, you probably shouldn't buy it. This time, lots of people are saying, don't buy it. And these are the people that got the Codex for free to review for you guys. So when they're saying it, it's probably advisable to not buy it, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't having to buy it to probably review on the podcast, I probably wouldn't. But then saying that, every time we go to a Warhammer World event, they're going to be using the rule pack, so we'd probably have to buy it for then just to get access to the missions and stuff. I am keen to see what the missions are like. That seems like the one thing that they've put a bit more effort in terms of what they're changing. Yeah,
I think genuinely, I think the new missions in terms of how they are structured and how the whole thing works, combined with the tweaks that they've made to the incredibly popular secondaries, is a good series of changes overall. I mean, when I look at what they've done, I think, yeah, all right, cool. I think the frustrating aspect of it, which seems to be echoed by others, is the £25 price point. And, I can't even begin to fathom what that costs in Australian dollars or even US dollars in that regard. I think, a £25 price point for what is essentially 2 pamphlets is a pretty hefty price tag.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare it to a Warzone book costing 25 quid, which is rules, like interesting rules in terms of Armies of Renown, Codex Supplement, Crusade rules, campaign rules, half a book's lore, all brand new artwork predominantly, lots of new photography. When you have something that is, the secondaries are admittedly they're revised, but the same from before. The missions are tweaked, but ultimately a lot of them seem the same from before, I would assume. You don't get any of the core rules in there anymore, so you're getting a lot less, and you get points changes, which are very mild, let's say. Obviously, it's a bit of a weird one. The biggest points changes were Adeptus Mechanicus and Drakari, which they gave us early for free as part of a banned stage sheet. So it doesn't feel like you're getting much value for money out of this one, especially when they're asking you to do another 25 quid in 6 months' time for potentially the same book again, but we've tweaked a couple of missions or we've tweaked a couple of secondaries. If they completely revise it and go, here's brand new missions, I'm like, I'd at least go, well, they've put some work in here. That's what makes it value for money. It feels like they're going, we spend a lot of money. Well, they don't spend money on playtesters, but they go, we're analyzing the data, we're analyzing the tournament stuff, or we're given that stuff, and we're spending a bit of time to balance the game, fork up for it as a player, because it's a cost that we don't want to just do pro bono for you guys. So it feels like that's the hidden cost of maybe why the book's so expensive, when it feels like you're not getting much content from it, because all the behind the scenes work, basically.
Yeah, I think there's also that timeline issue that a lot of people are talking about in the way that Games Workshop are kind of wedded to these physical media releases and how they're effectively implementing changes that were meaningful based on a environment of 6 months ago, but not necessarily relevant right now. And the fact is that Games Workshop right now is finalizing the next Grand Tournament pack, which should be due for release around June, July of this year. And they haven't even begun to see what the Elder book, the Tau book, or even really the Custodes book or the Genestealer Cult book are doing in the wild, let alone what these mission structures are. So already they're clearly trying to kind of guess what they think the kind of problems are going to be in the future, which again is a really weird way of approaching it. I think for me, I've said it before, and I'm saying it again, I think points updates should just be freely available through PDFs and updated on the relevant apps. And I think when it comes to mission rules such as this, I would love it if it was a perk of my Warhammer Plus subscription, and I had the option to buy the book, but that the book was potentially a bit more meaningful. Like, it would be nice if it was cheaper or more substantial, one or the other. But irrespective, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I haven't really gone over it in exhausting detail. Like you said, Phil, we're going to pick one up so as we can kind of talk through it. I myself am not really going to worry about buying one. I'm just going to let you do it, Phil, and cheat off of your answers, as it were.
Thanks very much.
That's all right, mate. It's a pleasure. But yeah, look, I think, that's an interesting thing. And I want to also, and again, I appreciate this is now a ways in the past, but quantify my thoughts on when I said a statement like when even tabletop tactics are having a go at you, just to say, I really actually appreciate the opinions and the perspective of those guys. I actually don't think that they particularly shill stuff, but they do come from a very positive perspective on the hobby, which is good because, ultimately that's what you broadly want from, people that you're going to follow and engage with. You want those positive influences. You don't want everyone grumbling all the time. But I think that's the thing. I mean, when a predominantly positive pro Games Workshop outlet are saying that there are problems, there are some meaningful problems. So I'm really keen to see how Games Workshop continue to address this moving forwards. But, broad strokes, if you want to play competitive 40k, you need it. So, you're going to have to buy it eventually if you're planning on attending an event or wanting to be involved with that. But yeah, or you just buy White Dwarf, right? I mean, then you just got all the secondaries, which is pretty much the only thing you need to remember.
Yeah,
and then just hope that your opponent tells you what the mission is.
Yes, that's the thing. If you want to know what the missions are, you've kind of got to have it for that. Or just rock up and hope your opponent's got it, and not that they've done the exact same thing as you. So you both stood there going, "What's the mission?" Always the way. Ask the person on the table next to you; they probably know.
I'll tell you what, though, mate. In my experience, almost everyone I ever play at an event is so better prepared than me. I just literally rock up with my phone and just go, "It's all on here." And then, I mean, I used to bring all the books. I mean, I do own all the books and all the rest of it. I'm a Warhammer Plus subscriber, blah, blah, blah. But I've just gotten to a point where I've gone to so many of these events that I just know no one cares. So I just literally rock up and just go, army list on there. If you want to see it, it's on BCP. And then, let's just crack on.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say what's also interesting is the fact that they don't have the core rules in there anymore, which admittedly they haven't really made any changes to. But it now either means you've got to lug your core rule book around, which is massive, so you're not going to do that, or you're actually taking an older chapter approved for those small rules on the off chance that you do need them. However, I don't think I've ever had to look up a core rule in a game, like to clarify something. Normally it's always been a rare rule at most, or 90% of the time it's looking up a datasheet entry on the Warhammer app and stuff. So you don't actually need the core rule. So maybe that bit's not too much of an issue.
I mean, you do need the core rules because you do, but at the same time, you're right. It's very rare that you ever find yourself actually referring to them. There are some specific instances where it's useful.
Well, there are ones like, the wording of the new railgun. It's the new Tau stratagem that they previewed that reduces the damage characteristic of an attack to 1. It specifically talks about when you allocate a wound to a model, and you do actually need to refer to the rulebook to actually work out what on earth that means. Does it mean if you got a weapon that does D6 attacks or D6 shots, it reduces them all to 1, or does it mean one of those potentially 6 shots is reduced to 1? If you refer to the rulebook, it means 1 attack gets reduced to 1, not all of them. But you've actually got to see the rulebook to actually work out what on earth allocate a damage step is within the rulebook, because most people don't actually know.
Yes, yeah. I saw similar things with one of the ones that consistently confuses people is when they heroically intervene into combat, expecting that they can't then be targeted, and it's like, no, you joined this fight.
Yeah, that's a bit of an old hangover. Yeah.
Unless of course you were charged, or you. Yeah, so it's like a specific set of circumstances, right? Because obviously, if your unit was declaring charges, you can only nominate to attack the units that you charged into. But if someone heroically intervenes into you for whatever reason, then you can you can target them and stuff like that. But anyway, it's all interesting. I remember there was that YouTube video where that guy went through like 10 mistakes that people make on the regular, and the one that amused me was the objective secure one, where you only need 1 model to be OBSEC to trigger OBSEC. And then from that 1 model onwards, you still just count the number of models. So it's not the number of OBSEC models that trumps the number of regular models. So if you've got 1 OBSEC model and then 10 that aren't OBSEC versus 3 OBSEC models, you win because you've got 11 models.
Yeah.
And one of them is OBSEC.
And do you know what? It suddenly made me realise that something's actually quite good. So if you take a spearhead detachment of guard, and that's basically Lehman Russes, all the Lehman Russes get OBSEC. And I've always thought, that's kind of rubbish, because there's only like 1 Lehman Russ. And on an objective, great. But if there's a 3-man unit of OBSEC, they're going to outscore you. And now technically they would outscore you, but because of the numbers. But if you have a Lehman Russ supported with a bunch of, I would say, infantry, because they're numerous, but they're all OBSEC as well, so it doesn't make a difference.
Well, not Science. Engineers, they're not OBSEC.
Engineers aren't OBSEC, so if you take a bunch of engineers and a bunch of Lehman Russes, put 1 Lehman Russ on an objective, and then a 10-man squad of engineers on there, that's 11 models that you've potentially got to shift off from your opponent. So actually, that's quite a cool combo that I've never thought about doing, and actually might do at this doubles weekend, because I'm still trying to work out what on earth list I'm going to take.
Are you still writing lists, are you, for this weekend?
Yeah, I'm on like version 6 of list ideas, I think. I'll probably decide Thursday night, or I'm probably going to bring up 2 lists, play them both on Friday, test them out, and then decide which one I want to actually play.
Yeah, I think the thing is with me and Tim. So me and Tim have come together relatively late in our efforts to sort of assign teams. So effectively, poor old Joe, as we've said a few times, is down with the sickness. He got to see a doctor the other day, so he is on the mend, which is fantastic. But unfortunately, he's unable to attend the doubles this weekend. So I was without a doubles partner for a while. Tom Danvers has stepped up and is now partnering up with Big Phil from RFW. So I got Big Phil's partner, which was Tim, which is fantastic. I'm eagerly anticipating spending a weekend slinging cubes with my buddy Tim, because he's a good boy. He's a good boy, Phil. He's a good boy.
You're both contenders for Night of the Inner Circle, maybe, if that award is still going, because you've won it and he came very close to winning it.
Yes, yeah, he is. He's often fallen short by literally like 1 vote. Like if he needed 10, he's got a 9 pretty consistently, which is cool. I mean, our army lists are a little bit on the contentious side. So I've gone Dark Angels, he's gone Tyranids, he's got Hive Guard, I've got Deathwing. So there's not, there's some good units in this.
Not winning any favourite game votes from there, by the sounds of it.
Well, potentially, we'll see how it shakes out. I mean, he's not doing the Stampede list. He's just doing He's got like 16 Genestealers, not a patriarch, a broodlord. That's the words for him now, isn't it? Broodlord. So he's got his 16 Genestealers, a broodlord. He's got the 6 Hive Guard, the Malin Scepter, a couple Exocrine, something like that. It's mostly a shooting list with a few Genestealers thrown in. And then my list is a Ravenwing detachment of a Primaris Chaplain on bike, a couple of units of Ravenwing, and a Ravenwing Landspeeder. And then it is a Deathwing detachment of a Captain in Terminator armor, Deathwing Knights, a unit of Deathwing, and a Deathwing Champion. And that is bang on 1,000 points, Phil.
Nice. Very good, very good.
Yeah, I think it should be all right, mate. I think for us, it should be a pretty reasonable combo. We were trying to think of team names today. At the moment, we've settled on Bugs in the Hood, as a play on the Boys in the Hood thing, if you didn't immediately get it.
But also, your guys have hoods and his bugs. So it does
exactly.
make
There you go. There you go. We also were going with what was it? It was Shadow in the Rock. That was another one we were going for, which is obviously a play on the Shadow in the Warp. I can't remember. We had a good short list at the moment. We've still not quite worked it out. I still think that the best team names we've ever come up with amongst any of our friends was
Mud Flaps.
The Mud Flaps was great. The Blue Meanies I really loved as a name.
Yeah, that's classic.
Didn't you do one that was a song of mud and fire at one point?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because I can't remember who I teamed up with to do the fire. I guess Tao. Maybe it was me and Andy.
It could have been. Yeah. But there were some good names that have done the rounds over the years. So yeah, that's my key focus. But I'm also finally finishing off painting my Primaris Chaplain on bike, so I'm getting that done. Which, for anyone listening out there, is not a member of the inner circle. Thus, totally fair enough to be in a Dark Angel army.
Whatever makes you sleep at night, Dan.
Well, I'm just saying, interrogator chaplains, fine. They can't be Primaris, but chaplains, fair enough, I suppose.
Very good. Well, either way, does your team have T-shirts? Team T-shirts?
No, we're without team T-shirts at this point. Are you going to be wearing team T-shirts, Phil?
Richard has gone and excelled himself, and we've got team T-shirts.
No, you haven't.
We do.
What is the name your team has been given on these team T-shirts?
Well, I need to actually clarify with him if it's actually the team name or not.
Oh, okay. So what's he assumed?
We've gone with, because he's always gone with the whole, something featuring something else is something X something. So one T-shirt is Gazgol X Yarrick, and then the other T-shirt is Yarrick X Gazgol. So it's like one of us with the other one.
Okay, fair enough.
Very stylishly designed. It looks very nice. But whether that's our actual team name or not, because obviously that's a different order. I think something like Armageddon Bros or Armageddon Boys. It needs to be something like that.
Bowling for Armageddon. The path to good intentions is paved with peril. I don't know. There's all sorts of options you can come up with there. Old Baelai, you could call it. Old Smelly Eye. I've got nothing. It's late. I'm struggling on that front. But anyway, so I'm looking forward to the doubles. I'm also looking forward to doing a little bit of a recap. I have contemplated, Phil, but I know it's never going to work out. I have contemplated bringing up some microphone equipment and recording.
You always have these grand plans.
I do, and it never comes off.
Well,
so I'm thinking
we always want to have a drink and dinner and a chill out. So it never really works very well, especially since we're being a hotel as well. So it's not going to work super great.
That is true. But no, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great weekend. I hope it's going to be a great weekend. This is the first one of these proper weekends away we've had since all of COVID, right? This hasn't happened since 2020. 19 when we did the Grand Tournament finals.
Yeah, so obviously we went up.
No, 2020.
We went up in November last year, but that was just as between ourselves and having our own games. Yeah, this is the first actual event we've done in a while.
Yeah. I've unfortunately, it's like New Year's Eve, right? Like I've got too many high expectations, so it's never going to live up to those. But I'm hopeful. Yeah. Are we going to go out, Phil, for a change? Are we going out?
Possibly.
No.
I think to do that, we basically can't eat much or drink much beforehand.
Which
then
we're definitely going to do.
Well, maybe go there.
Well, fair enough. Oh well, we'll just have to go to the casino. That's kind of like out, but you're not feeling it. What if you won millions of pounds in the casino?
I mean, I don't know if you've never noticed, but I go along with you to the casino because you make us, and I don't ever gamble at the casino. I just stand around and wait till you get bored and we can go back to the hotel.
I get bored really quickly with you standing around looking bored at me. It kind of really, hastens the whole situation. I'm like, I get it.
That's what I try and do. I mean, the only reason why you got me there is because the Crazy Golf is just next door, and that's what I'm there for.
That's true. That's usually the way it goes, isn't it? We start at the Crazy Golf, and then we migrate to the casino. But there you go. Maybe on to Rock City, Phil. Hey, Rock City.
There's always hope.
No, I mean, come on now. I'm practically 40. You are. It just won't work anymore. We're too far gone.
I know. I'm actually 41 now, Dan.
Well, I know that, but I was trying to be nice by not acknowledging that actual, figure.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's all right, man. I mean, if you're comfortable to admit those things in the open, then good on you. Thing is, I genuinely think 40 is a pretty good age to be. I say that with no cynicism. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's been pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like you've got most of your stuff sorted out by then, haven't you? You've sort of dealt with all your teenage angst. You've gone through the horrors of your 20s of trying to fix and get to a point where you've got some sort of idea of what it is you're doing with your life. And then you've gone through the, drudgery of your 30s where you spend the majority of your time terrified by your inevitable demise and the fact that you're now a diminishing organism. So yeah, I feel like when you're in your 40s, you just kind of roll with it. You just sort of go,
just getting on paints and models.
Exactly, mate. You're saying to yourself, well, it's only getting worse from here on in, so I may as well enjoy it while I've got it.
Yeah, that is exactly it.
There you go. That's kind of my outlook on 2022 in the general sense. I'm super hyped for it. I'm like, this is going to be a good one because, if you listen to David Attenborough, it's all going, awful from here on in. So you may as well enjoy it while it's here.
Yeah, fair point.
There we go. Anyway, let's do the community questions, mate. That's enough general bants. Although, did you want to talk about what kind of army list you're going to do? I mean, it's just going to be Yarrick and a bunch of Krieg stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what exactly the ratio of tanks to infantry to, basically choices are Scions, Leman Russes or tank commanders, engineers and Hades drills, maybe an Avenger strike fighter, Death Riders, or rapier laser destroyers because they are fun. That's pretty much the summary of what the core units could be. I can probably take about half of those because 1,000 points is super restrictive. It's basically, do I take tank commanders because they're cool but really expensive and also natively have reroll ones, which Yarrick doesn't really help them with? Or do I take standard Leman Russ tanks? Yarrick can give them reroll ones, but then, as soon as they degrade, they're hitting on 5s, even with rerolling 1s, they're pretty much in junk territory at that point. So that's my concern. So yeah, lots of choices, lots of options. I've also just got to try and get Yarrick actually painted in time as well.
Yeah, that's the trick, man. You need lots of sentinels. That's what you need.
I have none.
Because it's not proper Krieg.
Exactly.
Well, there we go. Anyway, on to the community questions.
So we've got a couple of questions. So we're going to start off with Patreon, as always. First one is from Odin, not the god, but our lovely, I won't say Swedish supporter. He might not be from Sweden.
I mean, it might be the god Odin. I mean, Odin's tricksy like that. You wouldn't know for certain if it wasn't.
That is true. Yeah. So he said,
although that's more of a Loki thing, I suppose, isn't it? not an Odin thing.
True.
Odin tends to probably be a little
Maybe
bit
it's
more...
Loki pretending to be Odin.
Oh, maybe. Deep.
Anyway, he says Genestealer cult have for the longest time been one of the most pricey armies to get into. Will this codex be enough to make them worth the price of admission, or will they remain a niche army that will most often seen souped with nids?
I mean, they're definitely pricey, right? Like, I think, if you look at the two releases that they've done in succession, Custodes and GSC, you're looking at completely different ends of the spectrum in terms of price per point, or just, the price of admission in the general sense. I mean, when you break it down and you look at, their basic complement of troops, your average point cost is 9 or 6 points per model. And these are units that want to be anywhere between 5 and 15 models. And then when you actually look at the price point of these guys, like a unit of, acolyte hybrids. So these are 9 points per model, noting that obviously they've got war gear options and things that will, impact that. So you can have icons and all sorts of bits that kind of expand that side of things. But if I just quickly go on to Games Workshop website and I look for the acolyte hybrids, so yeah, they are £25 for 5 of them, and that is £5 per 9 point or 9 points, which is pretty expensive, I would say.
Yeah, I think people have done like the maths, and Genestealer cult are the most expensive army to collect on a point per point basis. I mean, the models are gorgeous, so I don't think the new codex is necessarily going to sway your mind if you're worried about that. If you're trying to do an army on the cheap, this just isn't an army for you, and there's no real way that you can change that. Obviously, you can buy second hand and stuff like that, but the rules being better and the fact that probably there could be some like top tier competitive army builds in here isn't going to change the fact that you're probably going to spend a couple of £100 at least on an army. That can't change. So it probably hasn't changed that, but will it make it, more beneficial to actually, before they were really expensive and considered really bad, whereas now they at least be a good army that you can play with and enjoy and not feel like you're just wasting your time.
It's worth highlighting as well, though, that their Combat Patrol box set, assuming that the price point is in line with other Combat Patrol box sets, which seems to be the assertion, is going to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of helping you manage that price point. Because if there is that normal sort of 80-ish pounds that they do for the Combat Patrol boxes, they're usually 80 quid, or are they like 65, 70 quid, something like that?
They used to be about 65, 70 quid, but now they're about 80 quid. Yeah, they've gone up from, I think, start collecting to Combat Patrol, but I think you do get more in them as well.
Yeah, because like the I'm just looking at a Space Marine Combat Patrol. Yeah, so 85 quid for the Combat Patrol there. But I mean, in terms of the minis that you're getting in this, you're getting 1 unit of the hybrids, you're getting 2 units of the acolytes, 1 unit of aberrants, and the Rock Crusher vehicle piece. So, I mean, yeah, you're looking at a 25 quid box set. Where are they now? Sorry, I'm just on the Games Workshop website. It's just taking a little bit of a while to navigate it. Not the Brood Brothers, not the hybrids. Oh, here they are, the Neophyte hybrids. So that's £27.50 for that box. So 2 of them are going to be coming in at £55. So £55 plus the 25, call that 80, not 80, sorry. Yeah, no, 80. And then you've still got the vehicles and the things there. So you're looking at a pretty substantial, reduction in cost when you look at that box set, assuming it's coming in at like 85 quid. So
yeah, but I mean, also,
and it has the Magus as well.
The thing to consider is like this army is really character heavy as well, and each character I'm guessing is like what, 12 quid. So if you want all of them, that's probably like 120 quid because there's got to be like 10 characters or more.
I mean, their characters range from like £17 to £25. So
like
majority
the
of
Magus and the Reductus Saboteur and stuff. Like, how much is?
Yeah, they're £17.50.
Oh, that's expensive. Like, yeah,
they're diddy little models as well, right? Like they're not big.
No, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, no one is going to pretend that this isn't an expensive army to get into, and depending on what you want to do with it, depending on what you need, it's only going to become more expensive. So, because I mean, it seems like it wants to have a mass of bodies that are performing certain functions and things. So, yeah, I mean,
so
I've seen it do well though.
Yeah, I mean, you could always, bulk it out with some guard if you did want to go in that direction. So you could be like, cool, lots of tanks. That'd be a cheaper way of, bulking out your army. But if you want to go pure Genestealer cult, then it's ultimately just going to be an expensive army.
Yeah. I've had similar concerns initially about what they're doing with the redesign of the Craftworlders in that same way, because they've really diminished the amount of troops choices that the Craftworlds have access to. And in doing so, they're only giving you Guardians as like the main troops choice. At least that's what we assuming that Harlequins or these Corsairs that are being rumoured don't occupy that troop slot as well. But it's interesting what that's going to do to the kind of archetypes or the kind of builds that you can create within the Craftworlds when they come around. But anyway, for the Genestealer cult, pricey army. Is it worth it? I mean, that's really going to come down to what it is that you're looking for out of your armies. If for this could be the perfect army for the certain type of player. But I think my biggest complaint as a collector, hobbyist, 40k person is I think GSE is one of the more miserable armies to paint. Not because it's not gorgeous and got great miniatures. It's just that it's so numerous and all of their models are so beautifully detailed that, and expensive as we've established. So if you're not putting the work into these minis, you're just batch painting them. It sort of feels like a bit of a letdown given the fact that they're so pricey to get your hands on. And then, if you are obviously putting the effort in, it just takes so long because, you got to put so many of these minis together. And then you're just sort of sweeping them off the battlefield on a regular basis because they're still just, puny little Genestealer blokies.
Yeah.
So it's an odd mix in that regard.
I mean, that's no real different from a Krieg player, right? Originally the Forge World models super expensive, but also like dirt cheap. So you're just leaf blowing your infantry off the table as soon as you put them down. That's going to be the same for Genestealer cult. Obviously, you got to make most of terrain and what have you as well. But they're very weak, but numerous. So that's always going to be the case.
Indeed.
Anyway, I think
next one, Phil.
So next one's from Dave. I've always wanted to do a GSE with Imperial Guard extras as PDF. That's Planetary Defense Force, not portable document format for those in the know. But can you use Imperial Guard models with Genestealer cult in the new Codex? And because it would look so cool, can you use flyers too? So I can answer this one. And this is an interesting thing. Yes, you can take Astra Militarum. They aren't actually included in the book whatsoever. So you do have to buy an Astra Militarum Codex. And I could see a lot of people, if they're new to Genestealer cult, going out buying the old Astra Militarum Codex for only...
Well, the current Astra Militarum.
Let's say the current one that is clearly going to be replaced hopefully sometime this year, maybe next year at the very latest, but let's say by the end of this year seems likely. You could argue, it's like a cheeky incentive for them to buy another codex that is going to be out of date very quick. If you was to look at it in a cynical way. Now I get why they've separated them out, because before you had, I think it was like infantry and Lehman Russ and maybe a Chimera. That was pretty much it that was in the original Genestealer cult codex. Obviously, you got access to much more stuff now. You can technically take Forge World stuff as well. There's no limitations. However, you can't take flyers because they're Imperial Aeronautica keyword, not regiment keyword. So you won't be able to get access to those things, which makes sense thematically, because if they could be corrupted by Genestealer Cult, which they technically could be. So could Adeptus Mechanicus. So could other Sisters of Battle. Like you could do all sorts. Technically Genestealer Cult could infect everything. If you were going, back in the old days when you could even get Genestealer Cult orcs, for example. So yeah, you're limited to the regiment keyword. So yeah, no flyers. Sorry, Dave. But yes, you could just run a Brood Brothers army. I don't think you're really making the most of the faction. You'd almost just be better off if you're doing that, just running them as an Astra Militarum army and just saying they're a Genestealer Cult, like modeling them as such, giving them their own regimental traits. It's only worth them being actually Brood Brothers if you're going to take some Genestealer Cult models with them, which I guess technically you should do if you want that theming going on.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you just said there, pal. I think, ultimately, spot on. Who would have thought that you have good, valid opinions on the topic of Astra Militarum?
No, I'm not just a pretty face.
Well, exactly. I mean, you definitely aren't. So, it's...
Oh.
This coming from me. I mean, God, I got a face like a foot.
You should be worried. I might go off and do my own podcast. It'd be cool.
Oh yeah, you got it.
The Look Out Phil show.
I mean, you already do your own YouTube channel. I mean, it's we're on slippery ground as it is.
True.
Although obviously we it's all in support of. Although it's not in support of anything, Phil has his own YouTube channel, Beyond the Tabletop. Check it out. Maybe buy some internal sponsors or some shields.
Thanks very much.
Shield.
Let's
you ugly boy.
Let's moving on to Facebook. So Tristan says not really any questions on the book, but the cover art though, out of interest across all of the 9th or maybe early army books, which one would inspire you to start that army based purely on the cover art?
I mean, it's weird, isn't it, though, right? Because now I'm going to say something a little bit weird, which is I love the Mechanicus artwork. I think it's probably my favorite of all of the Codex covers. I think if I was to categorize my top 3 Codex covers of this edition, it would be Adeptus Mechanicus, Genestealer Cult, and then probably in third place for me anyway would be the 1,000 Suns. I think that was a really cool cover that really kind of communicated that kind of, weird kind of spiritual sort of, not spiritual so much, but that, that warp craft variant of them as a sort of faction. But weirdly, because the Mechanicus image, as much as I think it is the most beautiful piece of art, I don't think it's the most inspiring to me in terms of what would make me want to jump in and kind of play it. I think the thing I love about the Adeptus Mechanicus artwork is the fact that it is so kind of separate from what, they look like on the tabletop. I think it's more evocative of the broader idea. I think weirdly, of all of the artwork that would probably inspire me to play an army, I think it probably is the GSC one, because I think there's just a lot of personality in that. I think there's personality in the AdMech, but it's not personality in the same way. It's sort of, it speaks to the sort of cold, calculated nature of the Mechanicus, and it's very depictive of that kind of stuff, but not in a way that really kind of has that same kind of charm as the Genestealer Cult. So yeah, probably the Genestealer Cult, but I do quite like 1,000 Suns. I can comfortably say that probably my least favorite Codex cover of the moment in terms of 9th edition codexes is regrettably the Black Templars. I think that's easily the worst cover of all of them.
Not the John Blanche limited.
No, to qualify that, not the John Blanche one. No, by no means the John Blanche one, but that one, and probably then followed by Adeptus Sororitas. I really don't like that cover either. Mm-hmm. I just find it really plain and uninteresting.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you reckon, Phil?
Similar thoughts. Yeah, really like AdMech, really like Genestealer Cult. They're the 2 standout ones by like a mile.
Oh, easily.
But they wouldn't necessarily. Well, they'd inspire me to convert up an army because, as you say, both of the core models on like the main features on both covers don't exist in the model range. So if you want to be like, cool, I want to collect this on the artwork, you can't. Which is why probably the one that would make me go, I want this, that is on the artwork, would be something like Space Marines. Really generic, but it's actually a cool piece of artwork. And even now, when I look through my codex, I constantly look at the artwork and go, wow, it's still cool. Like, it's simple, but really nicely done. But it's much more evocative of what is available as a miniature range. The AdMech one, I'd love to have a go creating a character, like a kit bash of something like that. And same with Genestealer Cult. But yeah, maybe it would inspire me to do the artwork, possibly. Maybe, like to actually collect them. They're both armies that I've wanted for a long time anyway, so.
What's your least favourite Codex cover?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Is it Black Templars?
Yeah, I'd have to have a re-look at it again to decide. A trip down memory lane. I mean, I can't remember the York one being super inspirational. I mean, I honestly
the York one's pretty reasonable. It's like a war boss in amongst a kind of explosive, kind of battle sequence. It's not stupendous by any stretch of the imagination, but it's strong. I think the York one does an okay job. I think for me, the bottom two is probably the Adeptus Sororitas, and definitely at the bottom is the Black Templar. I just find it really sort of uninspiring. I think the pose of the figures are really, really underwhelming. I think Death Korps Space Wolves are low tier, but relatively okay. I like Dark Angels because I kind of like the mysticism and the sort of secretive nature of what they're trying to convey with the imagery. I think there's a lot of rituals and a lot of weird stuff going on Dark Angels. Blood Angels is kind of cool because it sort of shows the kind of aggressive aspects of the chapter. And then I think Drakari and Necrons would probably be a lower tier area for me as well, because it's just very literal and very uninspiring.
I think Drakari is actually quite a good one. I'm just having a look at them now. I really like Death Watch, actually. I think that one's really good. As you say, Blood Angel.
There's a lot of cool action happening in the Death Watch one, to be fair. I do like the fact that they've got like the guys with the shields and like they're really obviously in a serious firefight, so there is something quite nice about that. But yeah, the Space Wolf one sort of leaves me a bit cold. And that's no pun intended for the fact that they're obviously on Fenris. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Orc one's okay, but not super great. I think Necrons. I think Adeptus Sororitas is probably the worst one, purely because it's a very dull color scheme. Like, it's very flat, and it isn't a particular interesting character. It's just like, it's at best it's a squad sergeant model, whereas all the others focus on leaders. But second pick would probably be Necrons for the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, not to suggest, by the way, that we think that this artwork is bad by any stretch of imagination, just compared to the others. I think the thing is with the Mechanicus and GSC Codex covers is they're just so beyond everything else that they just it's. And I know that's a very subjective statement, and maybe people are looking at it going, "Oh, it's awful," but for me, it's just a level of artistry that's. Yeah, I would agree with that statement. I think they are wrong. But yeah, I think it's just a level of artistry above it, what everyone else is doing. I just think they're great. So there you go. Another question, Phil.
So Keel says, what do you guys think of Crusade rules for both armies? As we can all agree, this is the superior way to play 40k.
I mean, it's a way to play 40k for sure. I mean, it's certainly superior in the sense that it's got more stuff in it. So I suppose if you just wanted to base it on...
Don't get him started. Oh, no.
No. I'm just saying, whatever. Like people like Crusade, that's good for them. I just think, again, my consistent complaint with it is it's just layers upon layers, and I'm a simple creature. I want it to be easier, not more complicated.
True.
But anyway, look, I haven't really paid attention to it, so I'm just gonna bow to your experience, Phil.
Well, I sort of talked about the Genestealer Cult one in the Genestealer Cult section, at least very briefly. It seems pretty fun and an interesting way that you're kind of taking over a planet. The Custodies one I didn't look at as in depth But I like the idea that you can you're effectively making a name for yourself by doing heroic deeds, killing stuff, and then your character gets a bunch of titles added on to its character, which is a cool concept. I do like how each crusade is really thematic to how that army should play and how it all works in the lore. So yeah, I think they're good.
Awesome.
Next one is from Lee. He says, do you not feel like just jacking it in 40k wise and playing Age of Sigmar or Blood Bowl, something that is far less needlessly overcomplicated? When 8th first landed, I thought great, nice and simple, and then it's deteriorated. With the current influx of, and in brackets, possibly complicated and hard to understand rules, is it time to bring back universal rules, which is something from 7th edition, perhaps keep stratagems on data sheets? What are your thoughts, chaps? Now, Dan, before you answer, I realise this could become a long rant. It could be a very long-winded answer. So let's try and keep it under 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fair, mate. Look, I think, in summary, I think across the span of, the last year, in 2021 and obviously early or late 2020 when we got 9th edition. Well, no, definitely in 2021, because I think in the early 9th edition, I was relatively optimistic because I felt like Space Marines were treading a good kind of path because, we'd already kind of gotten a flavor for what a lot of the complexity was going to be, and it kind of was drip feeded to us throughout 8th edition, so there was a certain level of acceptance. Crons were a weird one because Crons had all that weird kind of stacking of abilities, or not stacking of abilities, but rather, teeing up abilities to trigger at certain points, which was interesting. But look, I think I've made my feelings on the current state of the game relatively well known. It's not that I don't love it still, and it's not that I don't still, or rather enjoy it. I'm a 40k fanboy through and through. I'm always going to stick with it because it's more to me than just what the rules are right now. It's the model ranges, it's the world in which the, game inhabits, it's the lore and the setting, as it were. So for me, I can't walk away from it. I just hope that Games Workshop make decisions which will improve the game in a way that I believe will be beneficial. And that predominantly is, and again, I'll boil it down to probably just 2 or 3 simple statements. I think universal special rules are essential. I think it's crazy that we have hundreds of different ways of saying deep strike when we all universally understand what deep strike is. And that's just one example, but universal special rules feel essential. I think that stratagems need to be completely overhauled. I think that we need to introduce it as what they effectively are, which is a trading card mechanic. And we need to have a deck building element where effectively we're limited in the number of cards that we can put in a deck, and that they have a actual card mechanic to manage how you utilize those. So, for example, if a stratagem would cost 3 command points, for example, you have to play the stratagem card and discard 2 other cards to match the value, for example. So introduce card mechanics, and also actually create rules that implement how you use stratagems at certain times. So actually have proper trading card game mechanics that explain whether this card can be activated at this time or this card at this time, and what trumps what. Because again, you end up with lots of weird instances where things start triggering simultaneously, and there's no logical Magic at the Gathering-esque stack system or anything to kind of resolve that meaningfully. It all just sort of resolves simultaneously, which can get messy. So yeah, universal special rules, fix the stratagem system, and get rid of at least one of the rules that you're throwing onto these armies. Like in the case of Genestealer Cult, did we need crossfire? I mean, it's a fine mechanic for what it is, but was it needed for Custodes? Being able to pose for different fight styles, was it needed? I think that's the thing. It's almost like we've gone to the point. I don't know if anyone out there has ever had the experience of trying to work on a free monitor display, right? As a person who works in an office setting, I like a dual monitor. I can monitor dual monitor. Once upon a time, I tried having 3 monitors, and my brain just couldn't hack it. Now, maybe that speaks to what I am as a human being. Maybe it's my personal limitations. But as soon as you chuck in that third screen, everything goes to pot. I don't understand where my cursor is half the time. The whole thing is confusing to me. And that's what I feel like is going on with a lot of these codexes. It's like they've bumped me up to 3 screens, and I'm just like, it's one too many. Just scale it back. So that's my vibe with it. Look, I love 40k. I think it's a great environment, a great system, a great hobby. I just want it to be a little less cumbersome, I suppose. That's my main vibe. Phil?
Yeah, I think there are some bits that do need improvement. I wouldn't necessarily say Blood Bowl is any simpler. In fact, it's a lot more complicated in many ways. Yeah, I like it. I think there are some streamlining elements that could be done, whether that's making stratagems a deck, whether that's just reducing the number that you can take initially, or as this guy's saying, actually bake them into the data sheet. I think that's actually one great thing that like Warupedia does over the Warhammer app, is like when you're looking at a unit, I want to be able to see what that unit's stratagems are, and that way it's doing a lot of mental load for you, so you can manage all of those stratagems, like the 50 odd that you might end up having, because you can just look at that unit right then and there and go, okay, what can this unit do, and break that down into what phases I'm doing. So I only need to actually look at 1 or 2 things at a time. So there are ways of managing like that more complicated mental load that sometimes all of us are struggling with when it comes to playing the game. To me, it's more the focus on the competitive game set versus Crusade, or I really want Maelstrom to come back. I like to be then and now focus of what do I have to do this turn. I don't get to choose what that is. I'm told what I have to do that turn, or I've got a limited choice of 1 to 3 cards that I have to play, and I've got to do that this turn. Don't have to worry about the next turn or the turn after, because it changes every turn. I like that kind of gameplay mechanic style. I mean, to get good at chess, you've got to think turns in advance, like several, probably 10, 20 plus turns ahead. My brain can even do 1 or 2 turns ahead of chess. And similar for 40k, it's like I probably struggle more to think several turns ahead. So when there's a game mechanic, like I think Adeptus Mechanicus, where I'm setting a protocol that's going to then be active the next turn, or I think Custodes have it to an extent with the stances. It's like I know I've got 3 stances. I've got to pick one for turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Effectively, it's not quite working that way. Stuff like that I think is quite complicated for some people. Like that's the bit where I would struggle. So reducing those rules down and make it a bit more immediate would work better, I think.
Yeah, there are just ways to express some of the decisions they've made in a more streamlined fashion, and I think that's got to be the goal. I think they do need to stride towards greater simplicity, while still offering that depth. I think when people go back and look at things like 3rd edition 40k, which there has been a certain level of enthusiasm for online, the game still feels interesting and unique and 40k-ish. It's just easier. It's just more streamlined. And, I like the fact that we've got more character. I like the fact that we've got more opportunities to do more creative things. But I think at the same time, there are well-established mechanics in this type of gaming system that can simplify things. And I think it's essential that we do that. But that's my vibe on it. Let's do the last one, Phil. Not that it is the last one, but we're just going to say it's the last one because it is now 1 a.m. and I am out of it. So
okay,
what do you reckon?
The last one is Brian. He says, do you feel Hive Cult should have to pay 2 CP for the Brood Brothers detachment? Basically, Brood Brothers and Genestealer Cult can't be taken in the same detachment, which maybe they could before, which it seems like it would, based on the fact that their units were in their codex before and that's separated out.
Well, we presume it's 2CP because I assume he's speculating that you're taking it as a patrol. It could be as much as 3CP, right?
Yes, well, you could be however much a brigade is. Like you could go big, but at least 2CP for a decent sized portion of a detachment. Is that fair? I would say yes, based on
because
mechanics. If your army was always very much built to be like 50-50, you could see it as more of a tax now. Like obviously Drukhari could take multiple detachments and not have to suffer the CP tax. So, and because this is effectively like if you're doing Brood Brothers with Genestealer Cult, you don't have to. You could just do Brood Brothers. Actually, no, you can't, because you've got to, if you want to gain the benefits of it. In fact, you just can't, because Brood Brothers can't have a warlord. So you would technically, so it is a bit of an unfair tax for sure.
Yeah. I mean, look, I suppose you've got to achieve that 25%, which in most 2,000-point games is obviously going to be a 500-point detachment. You're going to probably take that in a patrol. You're probably going to take some Leman Russ, command tanks, and some other, bits and pieces in there. Is it right that you pay 2CP? I think it is, on the simple basis that that's just what it is to take multiple detachment. It's an option, right? It's not an essential aspect of the army, but it is, I think, for a lot of players, one of the things that they prefer. Because I've always, with the GSC, I've always seen people rock in, those elements, I suppose, and they have just sort of been mixed in historically. Like you used to just see people go, here's my mortar teams, and then here's my Genestealer Cult army, and my mortar teams are just part of it. Whereas now, I guess you've now also got to take a commander to go with those mortars, and that commander is going to have to be a regiment commander, so it's going to have to be a company commander, or could it be a commissar? Couldn't be a commissar, could it? They're not regiment.
Oh no, you're right. They're not regiment, so it couldn't be.
Yeah, so you got to take a company commander to then flesh that out, and then you got to bring those things in. So it's a little bit more oppressive than what it's been historically, but I suppose.
I mean, thematically, that's more correct. You wouldn't just have one or two units hanging out with hang out with your Genestealer Cults. It would be like a detachment of an actual army going rogue. And as you say, it's not essential. Like if you want to do Brood Brothers, then the 2CP tax at least is essential. Like that's a tax that you have to do. But taking Brood Brothers isn't essential. And it feels like against a regular Genestealer Cult player that isn't taking Brood Brothers, the 2CP tax is justified to unlock access to Leman Russes, for example, which is a great extra utility vehicle that your army doesn't even have anything comparable or close to. So it feels fair on that respect, but I can also see people going, well, why should I have to pay that tax? Like if there was a way that you go, oh, okay, if you take it maybe a certain type of like Genestealer Cult character, like the one with the map, for example, like the strategy guy. It's like maybe if you take him in your Genestealer Cult, the cost of the patrol or whatever the Brood Brothers detachment is reduced. So maybe certain units can reduce the cost of it down to be thematic in terms of how the synergies are working. That would be cool.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen them extend to like other aspects of the Imperium though as well. Like I would have loved it if you could take Imperial Knights, for example. Like you actually, there was a rule set where you could take Imperial Knights for a while, wasn't there?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
I feel like there was some weird like GSE Imperial Knight vibe, because obviously like it's entirely plausible that a GSE house could fall to
I mean, potentially. I don't know if there's any rules where they get not rules, law about how the throne of the knights and the way that it links into the person, what are they called? No, it's on the tip of my tongue, but it's disappeared. The princeps, that's it. Whether the how the throne works and the access to the ancestors in their brains and how all of that works makes it harder for Genestealer Cult to actually take hold of those people, because they're sort of weirdly mechanically linked already to the knight itself. So yeah, I don't know if there's any law about it, but I could see there being justification for why it would be harder for them to fall to Genestealer cult.
Yeah, no, I hear that, pal. But there you go. Yeah. So, long story short, do I feel like you should pay the 2CP? Yeah, unfortunately. I think, unfortunately, that's just the nature of the game. Is that a negative impact on the army? Yeah, probably. But I just can't see any other way that you can kind of do it. Again, I get weirded out. I don't get weirded out by it, but I am surprised by how people have such resilience around adding other detachments and paying that CP premium for it. It's interesting how, with the way that the game is now, that we have moved into a world where we see less benefit in adding units that plug certain gaps. And maybe that's an aspect of the sort of design principle of how Games Workshop are making these modern codexes. But, you know, for as long as allies have been an option, you've always been sprinkling in things like Imperial Knights or other stuff into your army to kind of plug certain gaps. So it's interesting that, you know, sort of the philosophy now is less to do that and more to focus on those mono factions, which I suppose is a credit to what Games Workshop have created. But it does feel like there still is potential that can be unlocked by exploring those combos. But then I suppose there's so many negatives associated with it as well, because now all of a sudden you don't get your super doctrines, or you don't get the equivalent thereof by doing so, which is a meaningful hit that you have to take alongside losing CP, which is, in a lot of people's estimations, the vital resource for winning the game. So there you go. Intriguing, mate, is what I would say. But yeah, I think unfortunately it's just the way it is for the old GSE. You can't have everything.
Well, that is true. Although I do believe originally in the 8th edition Codex for Drakari that it did cost them lots of CP to take their specific detachment combo. And then they all complained, and then it got FAQ'd. So then they gained CP, and then it got, I think, FAQ'd again. So then it went back down to 0. So it all nets out fine if you've taken one of each of your covens and what have you.
I mean, to be clear as well, though, I do think the weird multiple patrol Drakari builds that you can do are stupid as well. Like, I think Drakari probably should not be given the option to take multiple patrols and have all of them cost nothing. I think they should have an army build where it's like, I don't know, each patrol costs 1, or that's one of those things that, like, you know, sort of spits in the face of some of the restrictions that other people have to abide by. But there you go. That's Drakari for you. They get whatever they want, don't they? Because they're elves.
Exactly.
That's it. Don't ever penalise the elves. Right, okay, there we go. So I reckon that concludes episode 120, us talking Genestealer Cult. We hope you enjoyed it. I haven't edited this thing together, obviously, at the time of recording, but I suspect it's a long one. So hopefully that will tide you over until we return on Saturday, the 12th of February. But until then, guys,
you can spend that time painting up your Slayer Sword model that you're going to win.
There you go. We hope so. But while you're doing that, we hope you... I don't even know what I'm going with now. I've just gotten to that point where I'm well sleepy. Anyway, goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.